Chapter 41. An extreme sense of danger shrouded her heart. Number one could no longer hold it in and screamed. The electric light that was floating around her and number two suddenly leaped up and streaked across the dim environment before them, colliding with the long sword that was falling down from the sky. The dim environment in front of them suddenly dissipated. Intense flames suddenly burst out, forming a continuous stretch, all of them surging towards number one and number two in front of them. Number one and number two screamed to defend themselves. For a moment, the fire was endless. The flames of the two sides were entangled, and everything around them was pure heat. Only a slender pair of swords surrounded by lightning rushed to the sky, flying higher and higher. Seeing this scene clearly, number one's eyes were filled with despair. Li Qianlan's combat strength was far beyond her imagination. But what made it more difficult for her to understand was the weapon in Li Qianlan's hand. She and number two's full-force attack turned into lightning, which was almost a fatal blow. As long as the lightning could touch Li Qianlan or the long sword in his hand, the power of the lightning could kill Li Qianlan in an instant. Of course, she could also see that Li Qianlan was forcibly raising his realm. But when his realm was raised to the fire-flaming realm, his physical strength could not keep up. Under the full-force attack of her and number two, Li Qianlan had no reason to survive. But the moment when the lightning was about to touch the long sword in Li Qianlan's hand, the long sword in Li Qianlan's hand instantly disintegrated and once again turned into two slender swords. One was held tightly in his hand. As for the other one, it flew high up into the sky with the help of the lightning. Li Qianlan, who was not attacked by number one and number two at all, held the long sword in his hand and swept it across the battlefield full of fire. The 10th blade, boundless. All the flames were extinguished by the sword, and only a vast sword chi swept towards number one and number two's bodies along with the sword's edge. The sword energy was majestic like raging fire, like thunder, like the thick earth of the sky, like all the phenomena in the world. The 10th blade was boundless. In the martial arts that Li Qianlan cultivated, it was the most destructive sword in the fire-flaming realm. In a desperate battle, its power surpassed that of the 8th blade of sky burning and the 9th blade of eventide. Number one screamed again. Under this sword, all her feelings seemed to have disappeared, and the only thing she could feel was death. At the moment of life and death, she suddenly turned around and rushed directly to her husband, number two. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. With just a turn, number one was already in number two's arms. A thick ice wall appeared behind her, and within the ice wall, raging flames raged. The look of despair on number one's face was still the same, but the look in her eyes had softened. The deadly flash of the sword behind her seemed to have disappeared from her mind. She just looked at number two's face, as if she wanted to carve this face she had known for so many years into her soul. The long sword and the sword chi swept across. The ice wall instantly shattered, and the flames disappeared. The sharp edge of the sword flashed across number one's waist. Blood sprayed everywhere. Number two felt the weight in his arms lighten. Looking at his wife's lifeless eyes, he opened his mouth wide. But as a mute, before he could scream, Li Qianlan's figure flashed and appeared directly behind him. Without any hesitation, he raised his sword and pierced it into number two's back. What number one did at the last moment was sentimental, but it was clearly meaningless. The long sword pierced in and then pulled out. Li Qianlan looked at number two, who had fallen to the ground with his wife's upper body in his arms. His face was full of chilling indifference. Resolute, decisive, ruthless, mysterious, and powerful. Enchantress, who saw all this, felt her scalp go numb. In this state, Li Qianlan might not be a threat to her now, but everything he had shown had already made Enchantress's hair stand on end. The boss really didn't choose the wrong person. Horsewoman was silent for a while. She suddenly smiled, glanced at Wang Yuetong, and continued, "It seems that the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai didn't choose the wrong person either." Enchantress's expression changed. Looking at Wang Yuetong, whose eyes were blank and blurred, she sighed in her heart, and her face became extremely ugly. The long sword that had been flying in the air finally fell back. Along with the long sword, Li Tianlan's extremely strong aura also fell. Almost in the blink of an eye, his strength fell from the fire-flaming realm to the chi-controlling realm. His face was pale. With the help of Wang Yuetong, he picked up the long sword that had fallen to the ground. After gathering the human emperor, he put it back into his sleeve. After doing all this, Li Tianlan finally couldn't hold it anymore. He directly sat on the ground, panting violently. As he panted, a large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth, and he couldn't stop it at all. "Senior brother." Wang Yuetong's frightened voice sounded with a sobbing tone. She held Li Tianlan tightly in her arms and covered Li Tianlan's mouth with one hand. Big drops of tears fell from her eyes, and her body trembled more violently than Li Tianlan's. "Senior brother, don't scare me." Li Tianlan looked at Wang Yuetong's tender white palm that was stained with his blood. He closed his mouth tightly and swallowed the blood back, one mouthful at a time. He shook his head at Wang Yuetong, his face calm, but he couldn't speak. Wang Yuetong's little face was covered with tears. Until now, she seemed to wake up from a dream. She quickly tore off a few buttons on her clothes, crushed them, and poured several kinds of powder from the buttons. "Senior brother, eat it. It's good for your injury." Li Tianlan glanced at her, opened his mouth, and let Wang Yuetong pour the powder into his mouth. Then he swallowed it with blood. Wang Yuetong held Li Tianlan in her arms and continued to cry, like a little tabby cat that had just been abandoned by its owner. That's the blessing potion of our Wang family of Beihai. At worst, it can suppress Li Tianlan's injury. In the woods, the enchantress looked at Horsewoman, who was obviously hesitant, and said in a calm tone. Horsewoman's face visibly relaxed when she heard that. Without hesitation, she said flatly, "Goodbye." It was not that she couldn't appear in front of Li Tianlan, but that this place was very close to the garden party. Wang Xiaoyao and other experts of the Wang family of Beihai were probably coming soon. Horsewoman's action of stopping the enchantress from helping Li Tianlan was obviously not pleasing to the Wang family of Beihai. If she didn't leave at this time, with Wang Xiaoyao's domineering character, it was inevitable that there would be a conflict after he learned the whole story. When Horsewoman's figure completely disappeared, the enchantress sighed and slowly walked out of the woods. Wang Yuetong, who was holding Li Tianlan and sobbing, was stunned when she saw the enchantress. Then she wiped her tears and turned her head to the side with a straight face. "What's wrong? Are you angry with Sixth Sister?" The enchantress had mixed feelings, but she still came to Wang Yuetong with a smiling face. Wang Yuetong shook her head and said nothing. The enchantress felt bitter inside. She glanced at Li Tianlan, whose face was gradually calming down, and said softly, "Tianlan, are you feeling better? It's not a big deal." Li Tianlan looked calm. As he opened his mouth, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. "Thank you for your concern, teacher. Didn't I say to call me Sixth Sister from now on?" The enchantress raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Li Tianlan, who still looked calm. Her eyes flickered, and she suddenly said playfully, "Tianlan, with your strength, if you want to leave, I'm afraid those people just now can't stop you, and you don't have to pay such a big price to save Yuetong. Tell me, why do you risk your life for our little princess? Do you like her?" Sixth Sister. Wang Yuetong's face, which was about to cry, turned red and subconsciously held Li Tianlan in her arms. Li Tianlan was stunned and sat up from Wang Yuetong's arms. He said flatly, "This is what I owe Wang Yuetong." The enchantress and Wang Yuetong were stunned at the same time. Is it just because of this? If so, no matter how much you owe her before, you have paid it back today. What will you do in the future? The enchantress asked again without batting an eyelid. In the future? Li Tianlan glanced at the enchantress. The enchantress's charming eyes were so deep that people couldn't see what she was thinking. What future? Li Tianlan laughed at himself. He struggled to stand up, looked at the pale and nervous Wang Yuetong, and said softly, "From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything." He nodded and turned to leave directly. Wang Yuetong sat where she was, as if she had been struck by lightning. It was not until Li Tianlan walked nearly 10 meters away that she said in a trembling voice, "What do you mean?" Li Tianlan didn't answer, nor did he look back. Since the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai had different paths, it was the best choice for him and Wang Yuedong to be strangers in the future. He walked silently and staggered a little, but he kept moving forward. In Wang Yuedong's eyes, he was getting farther and farther away. Looking at his back, Wang Yuetong could no longer hold back her tears, which had already been stopped, and they gushed out. She suddenly stood up, looked at Li Tianlan, and was about to chase after him, but was pulled by the enchantress, whose eyes were a little cold. Wang Yuetong struggled with all her strength, but she couldn't break free. She cried more and more sadly. Looking at Li Tianlan's figure getting farther and farther away, she cried again, "What do you mean? Li Tianlan, tell me, answer me." Chapter 42. Even though he took the healing medicine of the Wang family of Beihai immediately after the war and managed to suppress his injury, it did not mean that his internal injury did not exist. Before school started, he risked his life with Qin Ke. In the entrance maneuver, he risked his life with Lu Xiuwei. Today, he risked his life with two fire-flaming realm experts who came out of nowhere for Wang Yuedong. The three fights were against different enemies, but for Li Tianlan, they were all battles that he needed to go all out. As a result, his injuries piled up again and again. Yesterday's healing potion and life-prolonging potion might have been in vain. After today's battle, his injuries were not light but serious. Even though he had forcibly entered the fire-flaming realm for only a few minutes, the injuries left on him would take him months or even longer to recover. In the Sky Academy, with a fierce competitive atmosphere, Li Tianlan's realm was not high. Now that he was injured, it was obvious how difficult the situation would be during this period of time. But Li Tianlan did not regret it. As he said to the enchantress, everything he did today was because he owed Wang Yuetong a favor. The little princess of the Wang family of Beihai really had no bad intentions towards him. She cooperated with him to kill Lu Dongchao and exchanged a bottle of healing medicine for him with the credits she got from the first place in the maneuver, along with the longevity medicine produced by the Wang family of Beihai. These were all favors. In addition, she met Xian Xuanzi, a demi-immortal, today. It could be seen that Wang Yuedong was indeed helping him. From Wang Yuedong's standpoint, she might hope that he could join the Wang family of Beihai and make the Wang family of Beihai stronger after he entered the invincible realm. But it cannot be said that Wang Yuedong's approach was wrong. With her identity, it was natural for her to have such an idea. And joining the Wang family of Beihai, for most people, was tantamount to a path to heaven. It was not a bad thing at all. What's more, some of them might become the son-in-law of the Wang family of Beihai, which was like a pie falling from the sky. But such a path was not suitable for Li Tianlan. He did not hate the Wang family of Beihai for standing by when a Li family was destroyed many years ago. But in the future, under his leadership, even if the Li family would not treat the Wang family of Beihai as an enemy, it would never advance or retreat with them again. And today, the Wang family of Beihai no longer needed a Li family that advanced or retreated with them. In this case, what could he get in the end if he was entangled with Wang Yuedong? He silently accepted Wang Yuedong's help. When his identity was exposed, not only would he be looked down upon by the Wang family of Beihai, even Wang Yuedong would have a feeling of being used and cheated. If they couldn't be friends, they might even become enemies with personal grievances. These were not what Li Tianlan wanted. He was a young man who had just come out of the deep mountains and forests. He had some ability and was not stupid, but he had no connections and experience. What he feared most was to get entangled with these seemingly aloof big forces. There were too many human relationship traps, and, after a long time, they could entangle him to death. Wang Yuedong had no bad intentions, but who could tell what the Wang family of Beihai was up to? There was a clear distinction. It was better to draw a clear line between them. Now that he had saved Wang Yuedong once, they were even. He could get away as soon as possible, which was exactly what Li Tianlan wanted. Leaving the enchantress and Wang Yuedong behind, Li Tianlan went down the mountain alone in silence. His injury was temporarily suppressed, but his body became a little weak with the exhaustion of strength. He was already panting after walking less than a kilometer. Fortunately, this part of the road was downhill, which saved him a lot of effort. While moving forward, Li Tianlan took out his mobile phone and dialed Yu Qingyan's number again. While waiting for the phone to be connected, he suddenly remembered Xian Xuanzi's words. Xian Xuanzi said that he had just passed the life-and-death tribulation, and the next thing was the sea and the sky. Well, the sea and the sky. Li Tianlan felt his injury, laughed at himself, and muttered to himself, "The sea and the sky, my ass." Whose ass? On the other end of the phone, it was still Yu Donglai who answered the phone. He heard the last few words of Li Tianlan and said subconsciously, "Nothing." Li Tianlan smiled bitterly, sat down on the side of the road, and said, "Senior Yu, I'm a little injured. Can you ask Qingyan to pick me up? I'm afraid I can't get a taxi in my current condition." "What's going on?" Yu Donglai's tone suddenly became serious. Before Li Tianlan finished, he said directly, "Where are you?" "Qingyan is still cooking. I'll pick you up myself." "Is the injury serious? Is Wang Yuedong all right?" Whether it was Li Tianlan, who was mediocre in his eyes but reckless, or Li Tianlan, who had infinite potential and amazing combat capability, in Yu Donglai's heart, there was one thing that had never changed. That was, he had never regarded Li Tianlan as an outsider. Li Tianlan had proved his own potential. In Yu Donglai's eyes, his future was almost as important as that of his granddaughter Yu Qingyan. On his future road, Yu Donglai was willing to do his best to escort him, even at the cost of his own life. So when he heard that Li Tianlan was injured, the old man suddenly couldn't sit still. "I'm fine. Wang Yuedong is also fine, but there's no car." Li Tianlan said his location with a bitter smile. Yu Donglai didn't talk nonsense with him at all. After hanging up the phone, he directly drove away. In Li Tianlan's impression, Lanshan National Park was at least dozens of kilometers away from Yu's private restaurant. Considering the traffic situation in Huading at this time, he thought would take a long time. But in fact, in less than 40 minutes, a black Audi stopped beside him. The window rolled down, and Yu Donglai directly said, "Boy, get in." Li Tianlan dragged his heavy and weak body into the passenger seat, fastened his seat belt casually, and said so fast, "I'm in a hurry. Who knows if someone will attack you during this time? I ran a few red lights on the road, but it's not a big deal." Yu Donglai shook his head. He was old, but his actions were extremely straightforward. He skillfully turned the car around, and the Audi went straight down the mountain. "What's the matter with Wang Yuedong?" Yu Donglai drove the car. After the assassination, it was normal that Wang Yuedong was not there. But when Li Tianlan was seriously injured, the Wang family of Beihai didn't make any arrangements and let him sit here and wait alone, which was not in line with the style of the Wang family of Beihai. As the leading wealthy family in Zhongzhou State, for many years, countless people had been angry at the strength and domineering of the Wang family of Beihai. But that was just the silent criticism from different standpoints. In terms of normal human relations, the Wang family of Beihai would hardly let people find any fault. Li Tianlan shook his head and said softly, "I can't bear too much affection. I just don't owe each other anything. That's the best result." Yu Donglai was slightly stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Li Tianlan with a serious look. In his sight, Li Tianlan's expression was calm, without frustration, regret, or unwillingness. The sunlight outside the window shone into the car. Li Tianlan tightly pursed his lips and looked firm. Yu Donglai sighed softly. The case of treason caused heavy losses to Zhongzhou State and also hurt the Southeast Group. At the time of the incident, the Wang family of Beihai was indeed facing a crisis. It was reasonable for them not to take action. There was nothing to say. What made it hard for these old people to let go was the rapid silence after the uproar of the Wang family of Beihai after the case of treason. After many years, people like Yu Donglai, who used to be part of the game, had become outsiders. But Li Tianlan's identity as a part of the game could not be changed. His attitude toward the Wang family of Beihai was even related to whether he had a narrow escape or a narrow escape. Thinking of this, Yu Donglai felt that he needed to persuade him. "Boy, do you have a knot in your heart that is hard to untie?" To the Wang family of Beihai, every man for himself, and heaven and earth destroy him. Li Tianlan smiled. There's nothing to say, but it has happened. The Wang family of Beihai and the Li family can't go back. He looked at the prosperous scenery outside the window and muttered to himself, we don't owe each other anything. We don't owe each other anything. This was not only about him and Wang Yuetong. In his heart, it was the best that the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai could do this. Yu Donglai shook his head and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He handed one to Li Tianlan and lit one for himself. The Audi shuttled through the traffic unhurriedly. Yu Donglai took a big drag on the cigarette and exhaled the smoke. Suddenly, his eyes became firm. Boy, I'll let Qingyan follow you from now on. This girl is a little weak, but her means are not bad and her talent is also passable. She can hone herself in the Sky Academy and see more of the sinister people's hearts. Then she can wear off her weak temper. It won't be a problem for her to enter the thunder-shocking realm within 10 years. At that time, she can also help you a lot. Li Tianlan looked at Yu Donglai with a strange look in his eyes. Get lost. Yu Donglai scolded him with a smile and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. I said let Qingyan follow you and help you, not be your wife. You have a lot of love affairs in your life. I can't bear to let you harm my granddaughter, but she can still be an assistant. As he drove, his tone paused slightly. His smile faded and his eyes became a little lonely. Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun, the god of war family, hey, you may not feel anything, but when an old guy like me looks at you, I really feel sad. Boy, you're the most down-and-out member of the god of war's family I've ever seen. You're all alone and have no one to rely on. Fortunately, you've worked hard. Otherwise, the Li family would really become a forgotten legend. Li Tianlan smoked silently and said softly, Thank you, Senior Yu. If I succeed, I will definitely treat Qingyan well. He could not refuse Yu Donglai, nor could he. This was the old man who fought with his grandfather in those days. Now, he put his granddaughter by his side. Wasn't this also a kind of trust and dedication to the Li family? With his status, if the Li family was still there, Yu Donglai would definitely still be active on the top stage of Zhongzhou State. But now he could only live in a private home cuisine restaurant. His old contacts might still be there, but the wind and rain in Jianghu and the general trend of Zhongzhou State were getting farther and farther away from him. Was the old man really willing to accept such a result? If he was really willing, why did he put his granddaughter by his side? This was an old man's persistence and trust, and at the same time, it was his hope. What are you thanking me for? Yu Donglai threw away the cigarette, but lit another one, and said softly, The most important thing is to quickly build your own team. Your grandfather had 5 brothers with him, and your father had 8 people with him. They're the most core and most reliable team, known as the Sacred Guards of the God of War family. You don't have this condition now, but I still hope you can move faster. If you are willing to trust me, then you can fully trust Qingyan. Boy, grow up quickly. I'm not urging you, but I'm old, and the older I get, the more impatient I am. If I can see the Li family reappear in Zhongzhou State and set up the big brand of Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun in my lifetime, I will die without regret. He drove and muttered to himself, After I go down, I can also talk to those old brothers who left early. Li Tianlan tightly pursed his lips and said nothing. It seemed that he would never become a person who often patted his chest to make a promise. Most of the time, he was silent, and he seemed to be used to silence. Yu Donglai started to talk and said softly, We brothers at that time, the eldest was called War Bear, and he had thunder vein and was born with great power. His father used to be one of the sacred guards of His Highness's father. The eldest grew up with His Highness, and he was the most loyal. He was with His Highness the earliest, and he died the earliest. After he went to the border with His Highness, it was said that he died in the 2nd year. He was killed by the sneak attack and siege of the experts of Annan State. As an expert of the thunder-shocking realm, or even a half-step to invincible realm, he died in such a grievance, but it made people respect him. The second was called Sirius, and he was an assassin with wind vein. He came and went like a ghost, and he was the most ferocious and cunning. Many of Quang Tu's assassination skills were taught by Sirius. After Quang Tu committed treason, His Highness was held accountable. The second was disheartened and went abroad. Later, he was also accused of treason. But he was alone, and he had nothing to worry about. In those years, he was a lone ranger in the Dark World, and he was famous in the Dark World. But 5 years ago, the second took a task to assassinate a person in Africa that he couldn't afford to offend. After the task failed, he also died. He was killed in 3 moves. This was the second brother who had the best relationship with me when I was young. When I heard the news, I almost went to Africa. But I couldn't go, and it was useless to go there. So I could only stay in my small restaurant and muddle along. The third was called Qing Dai, and she was the third sister. She was a real expert in intelligence work. The third sister had 2 sons. In the last battle of Quang Tu's treason, the third sister's son and husband served in Quang Tu's army. As a result, after that battle, Quang Tu committed treason. Her husband died, and so did her eldest son. Only the youngest son was alive, but his legs were disabled. How tragic was that? When His Highness went to the border, the third sister didn't even show up, and she had no contact with me for many years. I guess she had a grudge against Quang Tu, which was understandable. But it was a pity that such a beautiful woman, when she was young, became old. She died of brain cancer 3 years ago. When she died, she didn't even let her family come and tell me about her death. This kind of ruthlessness was not the third sister who risked her life to save me with the second brother when I was in a tight encirclement. The fourth is me, codenamed Poison Doctor. I have been with His Highness for the longest time, and my progress is the slowest. When I met His Highness, I was still doing scientific research in the biological laboratory of Zhongzhou State. I knew a little about martial arts, and the ice-condensing realm was just so. Once I made a research report, and somehow I was targeted by a foreign dark force. They sent a squadron led by a thunder-shocking realm expert to kidnap my family. In order to save me, His Highness chased that group of people for nearly 800 kilometers. The lives of our family were saved by His Highness. Since then, I have been with His Highness. My strength is average, but my means of using poison are passable. Gradually, I also have some fame in the Dark World. When Quang Tu committed treason, my son and daughter-in-law were also in Quang Tu's army. My son was an officer, and my daughter-in-law was a military doctor. After that war, they also died, leaving only me and Qing Yan. When His Highness left, I went to see him off, but I didn't follow him. I don't know if His Highness will blame me for so many years. I don't hate His Highness, nor Quang Tu, but I am not reconciled. I don't believe that Quang Tu would commit treason. I can't let my son die so inexplicably. I really can't. Yu Donglai lit the third cigarette. His voice was hoarse, as if he was crying. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word. He knew who Yu Donglai was talking about. His grandfather once said that he was the old brother who had followed him for the longest time. After his death, Li Tianlan was just 2 years old. He had long forgotten the old man's appearance, but he knew that after the old man's death, it was his grandfather who dug the grave and set up the monument. He was buried in the unknown cemetery behind the border camp. Next to the old man's grave, there was an empty grave. When he was a child, Li Tianlan had never known for whom the empty grave was erected. It was not until more than a year ago, when he secretly returned to the border from the desert in Beijiang, that his grandfather laughed and said that the empty grave was prepared for himself that night, when he was half drunk. Li Tianlan had also seen the old man's children, a son and a daughter. In his memory, the uncle was quite tall and strong, and the aunt was plain but gentle. But now, the old man's children also died at the border one after the other, less than a month apart. They were loyal and had no regrets, but in the end, they didn't have a good end and had no descendants. Whose responsibility was it? The Li family had failed them, and many people, such as Yu Donglai now, Qing Dai, who died of illness a few years ago, and the 120,000 soldiers who were wiped out with his father's treason, as Gu Yunxia said. These old scores were all engraved in Li Tianlan's heart, dripping with blood and deeply engraved in his bones. Kunlun City. Prince Group. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes slightly to hide the demonic red light in the depths of his pupils and murmured softly, "There will be an explanation. There will be." Yu Donglai patted Li Tianlan's palm and didn't speak. "Senior Yu, where is Lao Wu?" Li Tianlan was silent for a while and continued to ask. "Lao Wu, he's the youngest of the five of us, just over 60 years old this year, right? When he was with His Highness, he could even be regarded as a young man. His code name was Fireman, known as the strongest expert in the fire-flaming realm. Until the end, he never entered the thunder-shocking realm, but 8 or 10 people at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm died in his hands. Because he was young, he was sent by His Highness to serve as the second in command in Quang Tu's army. When Quang Tu committed treason, the border was chaotic and there were constant conflicts. He was on another front. But after Quang Tu committed treason, as the second in command of the army, Lao Wu was also held accountable and was directly thrown into the desert prison by the people of the Prince Group. There has been no news for many years, and no one knows whether he is dead or alive. At that time, His Royal Highness once said that among the 5 of us, Fireman was the first in terms of talent and was truly invincible. It is estimated that this sentence was one of the important reasons why Old Five was finally sent to the prison in the desert of the northern frontier. Yu Donglai sighed softly. When he said this, his tone was not so angry or hateful, only a kind of numbness and sadness close to despair. "Army?" Li Tianlan repeated. "Yes, the army. Zhongzhou State Border Praetorian Corps. 20 years ago, your father was the commander of the army. At that time, both father and son entered the decision-making committee, which symbolized the pinnacle of power in Zhongzhou State. With one family and one clan, they guarded the peace of a city and a country. How prominent was it? Who dared to disobey?" Yu Donglai's eyes were in a trance, full of memories. Li Tianlan's body stiffened slightly, and then returned to normal. "I'm old, and I like to talk nonsense. I've had thousands of words to say over the years, but I can't find a right person to say them to. When I first met you, you hid too deeply. I thought you were an idiot, and I was not in a mood to say it. Now it's different. Where's an idiot? You are clearly a genius. Boy, don't let us old guys down, please." Yu Donglai shook his head violently and laughed. Li Tianlan nodded silently and said nothing. By the way, Yu Donglai held the steering wheel and turned a corner. Suddenly, he said, "The map of God of War of Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun is known as the Bible of martial arts in the world. Which chapter of the map of God of War do you cultivate?" "The map of God of War. That was the supreme treasure of martial arts that represented all the martial arts inheritance of Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun. If taken out, it would probably be equivalent to a real martial arts manual. All the martial arts essences and unique skills of Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun were recorded in it. Its value was simply inestimable. The 3 martial arts essences of the map of God of War were all the great way to the invincible realm. But which one was chosen would determine its final achievement. Yu Donglai used to be one of Li Honghe's closest confidants, so he naturally knew the key. Li Tianlan lowered his eyes slightly and said calmly, "It's the invincible manual." "What?" Yu Donglai seemed to not hear it clearly and was stunned for a moment. "The map of God of War, the invincible manual." Li Tianlan repeated it again. Bang! Chapter 43. Yu Donglai was much quieter when he drove because he didn't hit anyone on the road but scratched a large piece of the car's paint. His agitated mood seemed to have returned to the numbness he had experienced over the years. Li Tianlan didn't show anything unusual on the surface, but his mind was in a mess. Even he didn't know what he was thinking about. His weak state caused by the injury gradually stabilized, but it was not optimistic. Halfway through the journey, his eyelids began to fight. Li Tianlan, who was extremely vigilant and seemed to be instinctively on guard against everyone, did not resist sleepiness this time. He sat in a passenger seat, grabbed the seatbelt, and fell asleep. Yu Donglai looked at Li Tianlan, who seemed to be completely relaxed. He smiled and quietly slowed down the car to make it run more smoothly. Yu Donglai deliberately slowed down the car and stopped the traffic for dozens of kilometers. It took him nearly 2 hours to finish the journey. Li Tianlan was dreaming all the way. The dream was messy, just like his current thoughts. The car stopped near Yu's private restaurant. Li Tianlan was still a little confused after being woken up by Yu Donglai. In the dream that seemed to last for a long time, there was his grandfather, a border veteran whom he had met when he was a child but was later buried in the cemetery, Qin Wei Bai, Ning Qiansheng, Li Beitian, and Wang Yuetong. One by one, these characters appeared in the dream logically and naturally. However, as soon as he woke up from the dream, Li Tianlan, who was in a daze, felt that his mind was in a mess. He had a headache and his nose began to suffocate. Li Tianlan got out of the car with a blood-stained camouflage uniform and only a combat vest. He shivered as soon as he got out of the car. Li Tianlan sniffed and laughed at himself. He was afraid that he had a fever. The sequelae of forcibly improving the realm had begun. The fever was just the first step, a complete trifle. He had forcibly improved 2 realms, and now the power of the fire-flaming realm had disappeared. When his muscles were no longer tense and returned to normal, the pain was really worse than death. Li Tianlan touched his muscles and suddenly said, "Senior Yu, is there a place to stay? I'll stay tonight." "Whatever," Yu Donglai said indifferently. "I'll ask Qingyan to clean up. You can stay as long as you want. 1 night is enough." It was estimated that his muscles would not completely relax until the afternoon or evening. After a night, he should get better. Li Tianlan had never experienced the state that was said to be worse than death. He did not know if he could bear it. But even if he could, he reckoned that he would not be able to drink with Li Beitian and Ning Qiansheng at night. He might as well stay at Yu Donglai's place. When he recovered a little tomorrow, he would go to Qin Wei Bai to get the information and then meet up with them. One night it is. Yu Donglai walked into the alley and pushed the door open. "It's almost time. Dinner is almost ready. You're seriously injured. After dinner, you should rest for a while. I'm going to the garden party." Li Tianlan stopped. Yu Donglai seemed to know what he wanted to ask and said directly, "We have to know who the attacker is. Besides, didn't you want to be even with Yuetong? In that case, I'll bring back some compensation. You've paid back what you owe her. But this is a life-saving grace, so she'll owe you now. That's not good either. Today, I'll make sure that both of you don't owe each other anything." Li Tianlan was silent for a while and said indifferently, "That's fine." With his back to Li Tianlan, Yu Donglai slightly raised the corner of his mouth with a complicated smile. Wang Yuetong was such a stunning woman. How could this guy be so hard-hearted? Yu Qingyan, who was cooking in the kitchen, saw Li Tianlan walk into the yard. She was a little happy and ran out with a charming smile and called him brotherly. Her eyes were innocent and filled with pure gratitude. She was in second place in the entrance maneuver this time. The reward of 50 credits was a complete surprise. Yu Qingyan was not weak. She entered the ice-condensing realm at her age and was almost a fire-flaming realm expert before the age of 25. If there were no accidents, it would not be a problem for her to enter the thunder-shocking realm at her peak. But what she had learned were all killing methods, which could not be used in the entrance maneuver. Therefore, the second place in the entrance maneuver was like a pie falling from the sky for Yu Qingyan. In her original plan, she would be satisfied if she could enter the top 50. Yu Donglai was known as the poison doctor. His unique skills were naturally closely related to poison. Yu Qingyan had received his importation, but was not very useful in an environment where killing was prohibited. If there was no rule against killing in the entrance maneuver, and Yu Qingyan was ruthless enough, those ice-condensing realm experts could be knocked down in an instant. Even those experts in the fire-flaming realm had to be careful. Li Tianlan nodded with a smile. Looking at Yu Qingyan, whose eyes were pure and innocent, he sighed softly. In terms of talent and means, Yu Qingyan was naturally very good. But with her temperament, it was not something that could be changed overnight. She would have a lot of headaches in the future. "Qingyan, how's the food? This guy was a little injured. I took the ice glass I hid in the cellar and boiled it. We'll add soup for lunch," Yu Donglai said with a smile. Then he explained to Li Tianlan, "This girl has inherited all my culinary skills. It's a little like the pupil has surpassed the master. My private home cuisine restaurant is not big, but it has a lot of reservations. Several important guests came here for dinner, and it was this girl who made the dishes. You could try it later. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Li Tianlan nodded. Looking at Yu Qingyan, who turned around and trotted to the cellar, he did not stand on ceremony and said with a smile, "Senior Yu, such a precious thing as ice glass is in the cellar. Is it edible?" Ice glass was an extremely precious plant. It liked the cold and was shaped like a lotus. It grew in a world of ice and snow all year round and was really a great tonic. Making soup was just one of its uses. Li Tianlan had seen records about ice glass in a book in the border camp. If ice glass was used as medicine with several other plants, its effect could almost be compared to the legendary gold elixir. It was the top holy thing for healing. Don't worry, I've done something in the cellar. When your injury is healed, I'll take you down to have a look. Yu Donglai smiled and led Li Tianlan into the dining room in the yard. He took out a jar of wine from the corner and then went to the kitchen to bring back 2 dishes. Let's drink first and eat when we're ready. He sat opposite Li Tianlan and smiled. He opened the wine and poured it into the celadone bowl in front of Li Tianlan. He used a bowl instead of a cup. It could be seen that the old man was really going to be generous today. Although Li Tianlan was injured, he did not want to be a wet blanket. He picked up the bowl and took a sip. The wine was mellow and fragrant. It was really good wine. Then he froze. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, what he felt was not spiciness, but an extremely strong fragrance of medicine. The wine flowed down his throat, and Li Tianlan, who had been a little weak, felt warm all over and indescribably comfortable. "How is it?" Yu Donglai picked up a mouthful of food and said softly, "I'm afraid this wine is more than 20 years old. At that time, your father had just entered the invincible realm and the international situation was chaotic. Your grandfather, your father, and a few of us old brothers were all addicted to wine. That's why we have this kind of wine today. It can drink and heal. The wine was made by me. With the status of the Li family at that time, what resources couldn't they get? In each jar of wine, I added more than 10 kinds of precious herbs. In the words of the dark world, they are medicinal plants. For example, ice glass. It was just one of the many types of wine I had, and it wasn't anything fancy. Since third sister was a woman, and women love to look beautiful, I added a lot of ice lotus hearts into it. In the end, no one could tell what this wine could do. It could heal, refresh, and even make one look good. Why do I care so much? As long as it's delicious. At that time, I made 50 jars of wine. In the end, we squandered it all in less than a month. Heal my ass. We didn't have that time. I was stingy at that time and hid 2 jars. I planned to find a chance to take them out to surprise my brothers, but I didn't expect that there would be no chance at all. After His Highness went to the border, I worked as a chef in the Hidden Dragon Sea. At that time, many chiefs coveted the 2 jars of wine in my hands. Even Wang Tianzong wanted them. I was not willing to give them to them. How could I give them away so easily? Who deserves to drink this wine? A few years ago, I came to Huading and opened this small restaurant. It didn't take long for Little Bai to come to me. I was really happy that day and opened 1 jar. Today is the last one. Usually, it is hidden in the cellar. Today, knowing that you were coming, I took it out in advance and put it on display. The taste is probably just right now. Li Tianlan took another sip in silence. The wine was mellow with a hint of coolness. It soaked into his heart and lungs. The strong fragrance of medicine swept his taste buds again from top to bottom. Good wine. Li Tianlan nodded slightly and said softly, "Hey, Sister Yuedong, didn't Grandpa say that you wouldn't come?" Yu Qingyan's sweet voice suddenly sounded from the yard. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows subconsciously and was indifferent. Yu Donglai turned around and glanced at the small yard. Wang Yuedong was standing in the yard, biting her lip and seeming to be hesitant. Her aggrieved and worried look was really more beautiful than a flower, which made people feel pity for her. Yu Donglai suddenly smiled and said softly, "I said that you are destined to have a peach blossom. Look, the little princess has come to your door." Li Tianlan took a sip of wine and said nothing. Don't be confused. It's not difficult to understand why this little girl has her eyes on you. I heard from Qin Yin that your performance in the entrance maneuver was really outstanding. You have the wind and thunder veins and killed the enemy across realms. No matter how prominent Wang Yuedong's identity is, she is still a young girl at the age of love. Even if she doesn't fall in love at first sight, it's not surprising that she can't help but get close to a really outstanding peer. Plus, you saved the damsel in distress today. Why can't she be moved? Wang Yuedong will get married sooner or later. In the whole Zhongzhou state, how many people can match Wang Yuedong's family background? Even if there was, with her father's arrogant personality, he might not be interested. But you're different. As long as you join the Wang family of Beihai, you'll be a proper expert of the invincible realm in the future. You and Wang Yuedong will be a good story. Otherwise, no matter how much Wang Tianzong spoils his daughter, when it's time for her to get married, won't she? Under such circumstances, Wang Yuedong can find a man with great potential who sincerely appreciates her. She will never refuse. It's natural that she has her eyes on you. But if it's just like that, then it's nothing. Even if you save her once, she might not be so eager to repay you with her body. At most, she might be a little moved, and then there will be some tentative contact. But you, boy, just saved her life, and you want to be even with the Wang family of Beihai. You really want to be even, but what's the difference between this method and loosening the reins? It's so brilliant. You've outsmarted yourself. Not to mention Wang Yuedong. Even a strong woman who has been through hardships and seen big scenes can be teased to death by you. Look, you've just arrived, and you've come to my door? You've overreached yourself. I guess this girl has quarreled with Wang Xiaoyao. Because of this, Li Tianlan's mouth muscles twitched. He suddenly felt that the good wine in front of him was tasteless. He picked up the bowl and put it down, smiling bitterly. I didn't tease her. It doesn't matter what you think about this kind of thing. It's the truth anyway. It doesn't matter what you say. Yu Donglai was smiling. He seemed to be gloating over the misfortune of others. Li Tianlan's expression was stiff, and he was lost in thought. In the yard, Wang Yuedong, who had chatted with Yu Qinyin, seemed to have finally plucked up her courage and walked into the restaurant step by step. The sound of high-heeled shoes tapping on the ground was getting closer and closer. Finally, she entered the door. The little princess of the Wang family of Beihai, who had changed her clothes, stood quietly at the door. She pursed her lips, feeling a little wronged and uneasy. She looked at Li Tianlan with burning eyes. Li Tianlan only felt dizzy. He deliberately turned his head away and did not look at her. Wang Yuedong hesitated again and finally walked to Li Tianlan step by step. The natural fragrance of a young girl slowly drifted over, and Wang Yuedong's soft and aggrieved voice also rang in Li Tianlan's ears. "Senior brother, how's your injury?" Li Tianlan had mixed feelings. He wanted to say something, but when he thought of the complicated involvement that might occur in the future, he simply gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. He looked cold and said nothing. Wang Yuetong waited for a while and did not get an answer. She bit her pink and red lips hard, and tears seemed to be swirling in her eyes. "Why did you do this to me? Did I provoke you?" Li Tianlan drank up the wine in the bowl and still kept silent. Such a delicate and stunning beauty looked aggrieved at this time. Yu Donglai could not bear to see such a scene. He coughed dryly. He was thinking of smoothing things over. The sound of high-heeled shoes tapping on the ground outside the door rang again. Everyone looked up at the same time. Yu Donglai's expression was strange. Wang Yuetong slightly opened her small mouth and seemed a little surprised. Li Tianlan suddenly stood up. Surprise and astonishment appeared on his face, and he completely lost his composure. A woman that could not be described with any gorgeous words walked into the yard lightly. She wore a small black suit, a white shirt, trousers, and high-heeled shoes. Her long black and beautiful hair casually fell on her shoulders. She wore no makeup and no decoration, but she was as beautiful as a painting. Her beauty was beyond imagination. Her steps were a little hurried. Bathed in the sunshine outside the window, she stepped over the flowers in the yard and went straight to the dining room. She was so beautiful and peerless. Li Tianlan stared at her blankly, completely dumbfounded. Wang Yuetong bit her lips, feeling more and more aggrieved. She even felt like an ugly duckling standing in front of Swan, and for the first time, she felt a little ashamed. In terms of appearance, she might not lose to this woman who suddenly appeared. But the elegant and quiet calmness and gentleness of this woman were not something that a girl of Wang Yuedong's age could have. This kind of charm was enough to make any man lose himself in an instant. Wang Yuedong knew this woman, Qin Weibai. This was the woman that second uncle yearned for even in his dreams, but was unable to obtain. In the past, Wang Yuedong only envied her unparalleled charm. But at this moment, she had some feelings of jealousy for the first time. Qin Weibai walked into the dining room and looked straight at Li Tianlan, her eyes bright. Wang Yuedong, who was closest to Li Tianlan, took a step back subconsciously. Then she suddenly reacted and flew into a rage. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her little face turned red. Li Tianlan finally came to his senses and stammered. Looking at the dreamy woman in front of him, he did not know what to say. He raised his hand, subconsciously scratched his head, and giggled. Chapter 44. He dreamed of her and tossed and turned restlessly. Plus, he was a little hesitant. Li Tianlan undoubtedly had this kind of complicated and simple mentality towards Qin Weibai. Before he met Qin Weibai, he didn't know what love at first sight was. But when he saw her get out of the car at Huading railway station that day, Li Tianlan understood. He told himself at that time that she was the most perfect woman. If there was a fairy who was so beautiful that she seemed to be above the mortal world, it should be her. After a day of contact, they chatted and video chatted thousands of miles away. Qin Weibai asked Li Tianlan if he missed her. How could he not? He thought so much that he almost went berserk. But what else could he do other than think? Could he really have such a woman? Was she really something he could have now? He couldn't be blamed for worrying about personal gains and losses. He was a young man who had almost nothing in the deep mountains and forests. When he met the goddess in his heart, no matter how well the goddess treated him, he couldn't accept it calmly. Being on tenterhooks was the least of his worries. There might be fierce men who had nothing but dared to throw themselves on the goddess's bed when they saw her. But he wasn't Li Tianlan. He really liked this woman. He liked her very much. He even regarded it as his greatest ambition to have her. How heavy was this kind of love? But at this moment, holding Qin Weibai's face in his hands and feeling her tender and delicate skin, Li Tianlan's heart had never been at peace. He looked at Qin Weibai's face seriously. At this moment, he was finally sure that the woman in front of him was very close to him. She was so close that he could see his own reflection in her bright eyes, so clearly. Li Tianlan looked at her quietly. He had 1,000 words in his heart, but he couldn't say them. He was actually obsessed. Ahem. Yu Donglai coughed heavily and interrupted the two people in front of him. Sit down first. Qingyan, it's time to eat, right? Serve the dishes. Boy, drink 3 bowls of wine before you eat. It's good for your injury. As for the rest, you can take it and bring the jar back to me after you finish. Li Tianlan seemed to wake up from a dream and subconsciously let go of her. When his fingers left the soft skin, he suddenly felt a little reluctant. He wanted to touch it again, but he didn't have the cheek to do so. For a moment, he blushed and became more and more embarrassed. Qin Weibai smiled and took the initiative to hold his hand. She said softly, I heard that you were attacked and injured. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. Li Tianlan shook his head, his face flushed. Half nervous and half excited, he giggled. Qin Weibai took a deep look at him and then turned to look at Wang Yuetong, who still had tears in her eyes but had regained her composure. Tianlan got hurt to save you. Her tone was flat, but under her gaze, Wang Yuetong only felt pressure. It was not the sword intent and killing intent in martial arts, but an innate aura, not strong but clear. Yes, Wang Yuetong bit her lip and stared into Qin Weibai's eyes. In order to protect me, senior brother fought to the death and forcibly raised his realm to the fire-flaming realm. He killed several experts in the ice-condensing realm and 2 in the fire-flaming realm with 3 swords. Wang Yuetong's tone was light, but in Qin Weibai's eyes, it was inevitable that she was sulking and showing off. Do you know how dangerous it is to forcibly raise his realm with his current strength? Qin Weibai gently raised the corner of her mouth into a cold and sharp arc, and the atmosphere of the whole restaurant seemed to become cold in an instant. Wang Yuedong seemed to move a little uneasily. She had never experienced such a scene of jealousy and blame. But looking at Qin Weibai's face, which made her lose confidence more and more, she still stubbornly said, "Senior brother Tonglon didn't blame me. It's a virtue for a man to be generous." Qin Weibai interrupted Wang Yuetong and said lightly, "It's understandable that he doesn't blame you. But I'm a woman, and women are all narrow-minded. He risked his life to save you. You can use it as a capital to show off your charm, but I feel sorry for him." She paused and then said with a smile, "But it's none of your business. Later, I'll send someone to the Wang family of Beihai to ask for an explanation." "Nonsense, I didn't." Wang Yuedong's little face turned red again, and her big eyes looked at Li Tianlan in a panic. She seemed to be explaining, "I didn't use senior brother Tianlan's risking his life to save me as a capital to show off." She pointed at Qin Weibai in exasperation, her eyes angry. "Oh." Qin Weibai just said, "Oh," lightly, and then ignored Wang Yuetong. She just looked at Li Tianlan with a smile. "I owe junior sister Yuetong some favors. Today I did it willingly." Li Tianlan sighed in his heart. He didn't know whether to explain to Qin Weibai or to help Wang Yuetong out of trouble. Qin Weibai didn't say anything, but her small hand holding Li Tianlan's under the table slightly tightened. "I asked senior brother Tianlan." Wang Yuetong, whose face was red and even her breathing was rapid, seemed to have thought of a perfect counterattack. She suddenly said, "He said he didn't have a girlfriend." "Really?" Qin Weibai smiled sweetly, raised her hand holding Li Tianlan's, and shook it slightly toward Wang Yuetong. She said softly, "Then he has one now." Simple, direct, and domineering. She didn't even ask for Li Tianlan's opinion. Yu Donglai, who was ignored, didn't get angry. He smiled and shook his head. At this moment, Qin Weibai was the most familiar to him, but also the most strange. He was familiar because Qin Weibai acted like this most of the time when he saw her. He was strange because he didn't expect this girl to be so sharp even when it came to jealousy. Although Wang Yuedong was inexperienced, she was not a simple character. How many minutes had it been? How many times had she been killed in seconds? The old man quietly raised his eyelids and glanced at Wang Yuetong. He saw that the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai was staring at Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai's hands holding together. Her eyes were complicated and a little sad, but then they became firm again. Yu Donglai silently said in his heart, "I've outsmarted myself." He smiled playfully. It was said that Tianlan was fated to have a peach blossom. It was estimated that there would be a lot of fun around him in the future. Li Tianlan's brain was dizzy and blank. He was at a loss, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised from the bottom of his heart. Everything that happened today was like a dream. In the silence, Flaming Fire, who was almost inseparable from Qin Weibai, pushed the door and walked into the restaurant. As soon as she entered the door, this cold beauty glared at Li Tianlan. Her eyes were angry, as if she was going to kill someone. Li Tianlan suddenly came back to his senses and felt puzzled. He had no idea what he had done to offend this heroine. It seemed that from the beginning, when they met, she didn't like him. Flaming Fire walked to the side and sat down without saying a word. Even when she was eating, she was gnashing her teeth, which made Li Tianlan's hair stand on end. For Flaming Fire, the boss was really the most outstanding woman in the world. However, the boss, who had always been aloof and indifferent to everything, behaved extremely abnormally after seeing Li Tianlan. Not to mention how crazy her plot in Billy's state was. Her sudden return to Zhongzhou's state this time was hard for Flaming Fire to understand, and even incredible. But that was not all. The boss rushed back to Huading without stopping. When she arrived near Yu's private restaurant, she didn't even give her time to find a place to park the car. Before the car stopped, she got out directly. Because she was too eager, she even twisted her ankle. All this was because of Li Tianlan. Flaming Fire was so sad that she almost collapsed on the spot. After she managed to calm down, she naturally didn't give Li Tianlan a good look. The meal was calm and full of killing intent. Even Li Tianlan, who was slow to realize, felt a little uncomfortable halfway through the meal. Every time Qin Weibai and Wang Yuedong's eyes met, there seemed to be sparks. Their occasional verbal confrontation could be said to kill people without spilling blood. Yu Donglai watched the scene with a smile. Flaming Fire had been staring at Li Tianlan covetously. Such a strange atmosphere really made Li Tianlan's balls hurt. He barely ate half full and wanted to slip away. Anyway, he was injured now, so it was not wrong to have a good rest. However, as soon as he stood up, Wang Yuetong suddenly said softly, "Senior brother Tianlan, Beitian, and Qianqing have also come out. Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Li Tianlan was injured, so he had decided not to have dinner today. In addition, the dinner was probably the most painful time when his muscles were completely relaxed. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he looked at Wang Yuedong's expectant eyes, he opened his mouth but didn't know how to phrase it. "Tianlan, take me home after dinner, okay? Let's go back and have a rest. You can ask your friends to come home. I'll cook for you." Qin Weibai said softly, "Take me home. Follow me home." The meaning was basically the same, but the charm was completely different. "Okay, go home." Li Tianlan was excited and said without hesitation. Wang Yuetong forced a smile and continued to eat. Qin Weibai. She had heard this name countless times and met her several times before. She had a good relationship with Wang Xiaoyao, so she naturally knew how infatuated her second uncle was with this woman. Even in the previous meetings, Wang Yuedong also regarded Qin Weibai as her future second aunt. In the previous meetings, Wang Yuedong's deepest impression of Qin Weibai was that she was beautiful. She had never seen a woman who was more beautiful than Qin Weibai in her life, and she had praised her second uncle for his good taste. As for other things, there was nothing else. But it was not until today that she completely understood how wrong she was. The identity of the future second aunt had long disappeared. At this time, facing Qin Weibai as a rival in love, Wang Yuedong actually felt a sense of suffocation. What a powerful opponent. Wang Yuedong thought silently. When she lowered her head to eat, her eyes were bright and sparkling, and there was no flinching fighting spirit in her eyes. Yu Donglai's evaluation could be said to be right. This time, it seemed that she had really outsmarted herself. After a lunch that was not a living hell, but definitely not comfortable, Wang Yuedong, who realized that it would be difficult to defeat Qin Weibai today, restrained her mind and stood up to leave. Yu Qingyin and Li Tianlan stood up to see her off. But this time, it was really a pure classmate's farewell. Wang Yuetong bit her lip and glanced at him. She silently walked out of the restaurant and out of the alley. Until her figure got into the car and left, Li Tianlan did not say a word. In the restaurant, after Li Tianlan and the other two left, Yu Donglai, who had been watching for a long time, slightly narrowed his eyes and whispered, "You sent someone to protect that guy. It's Horsewoman." Qin Weibai nodded and said in a calm tone, "What a big deal." Yu Donglai smiled slightly and picked up a mouthful of food. "Why do you suddenly want to come back? Things not going well over there?" "Not bad. I just want to come back to see him." When mentioning Li Tianlan, Qin Weibai's eyes were as gentle as water, and there was a kind of heartfelt joy in her tone. Such eyes, such tone, if not for the deep love carved in her bones, there would be absolutely no such feelings. Yu Donglai sighed again, a little baffled, but now he was too lazy to get involved in the young people's love. He would just watch the fun. Flaming Fire. Qin Weibai lowered her head to eat a mouthful of rice and suddenly spoke. "Boss." Flaming Fire subconsciously put down her bowl and chopsticks and listened attentively. "Go to the garden party." Qin Weibai's tone was indifferent. "Go to Wang Xiaoyao. We can't let Tianlan's injury go like this. He saved Wang Yuedong's life, so we should at least ask them to come up with something really good. Wang Xiaoyao has a medicine, and only one, codenamed Youth. Go and get it." "Okay." Flaming Fire nodded expressionlessly and stood up to leave. Yu Donglai's expression changed dramatically. Codenamed Youth. This kind of medicine, even in the Wang family of Beihai, was the most precious thing. Wang Xiaoyao was known as King Xiaoyao of the Wang family of Beihai. Such a person only had one, which showed how amazing this thing was. Flaming Fire walked to the door and suddenly stopped. Youth could be said to be the core treasure of the Wong family of Beihai. Even in the Wong family of Beihai, the stock was extremely limited, so it could be imagined how difficult this trip would be. She turned around, looked at Qin Weibai, and whispered, "Boss, what if Wang Xiaoyao doesn't give it to me? Then kill him." Qin Weibai took a sip of ice glass soup. Her tone was as soft as a young girl's, but what she said was shocking. "In any case, I want that youth." Flaming Fire's expression did not change, and she went straight out. She naturally knew what Qin Weibai's words meant. But since the boss was not afraid, she was not afraid. Even if she might face Wang Tianzong, facing the human emperor, the head of the 12 murderous weapons. As for Wang Xiaoyao's infatuation, it was just wishful thinking. What was there to say? "I'll go with her. Little Bai, you don't have to clean up the dishes. Go do what you should do after dinner." As soon as Flaming Fire went out, Yu Donglai, whose expression changed, jumped up and rushed out of the restaurant. The flowers in the yard were in full bloom, and the sun was just right. Yu Donglai felt a little tired. He looked up at the sun and shook his head slightly. It was said that the people of Samsara Palace were crazy. Chapter 45. Holding Qin Weibai's soft hand, he walked out of the courtyard of Yu's private restaurant. What followed was the most exciting time for Li Tianlan to be alone. The alley was dozens of meters long, and the two walked in silence. Li Tianlan, who usually didn't talk much, opened his mouth several times but didn't know what to say. He could only hold Qin Weibai's hand subconsciously. His palm was sweaty. "Tianlan, are you nervous?" Qin Weibai turned her head and looked at him. Her smile was soft and playful, and there was a hint of playfulness in it. Qin Weibai's attitude was destined to be unknown, which made Li Tianlan fall into a trance again. "I'm nervous." Li Tianlan nodded honestly. At the dinner table, Qin Weibai said she wanted to be his girlfriend. Boyfriend and girlfriend, lovers, and finally husband and wife. How intimate was this relationship? But holding Qin Weibai's hand, Li Tianlan always felt that something was missing. Of course, there was unexpected happiness and satisfaction. But when he thought about it carefully, there seemed to be a lack of a natural feeling between them. Or it could be said that this was his one-sided feeling. Qin Weibai was very natural to him. Too natural. It was a tenderness that seemed to be integrated into her instinct, quietly moistening things. Unconsciously, Li Tianlan had already been unable to extricate himself. But from Li Tianlan's point of view, such feelings came too abruptly. Therefore, Li Tianlan was more confused and nervous at the moment. "Why are you nervous? Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" Qin Weibai smiled sweetly and took out the key to open the car door. Yu Donglai went to the garden party with Flaming Fire, so the car they drove here was left behind. Now the two of them could drive home. Li Tianlan sat in the passenger seat silently, with a heavy heart. Qin Weibai said no more. She drove the car slowly away from Yu's private restaurant. While driving seriously, she stared at the road ahead with clear eyes, as if there was no dust in her clean eyes. Li Tianlan sighed softly and finally took the initiative to poke through the window paper he had guessed for a long time. He whispered, "What's the relationship between you and my father?" His father, Li Kuangtu, committed treason and died 20 years ago. This year, Qin Weibai was not even 24 years old. In terms of time, it did not match at all. But in Li Tianlan's mind, this was the most likely assumption. If Qin Weibai had some connection with his father, or if she had gotten something from him, she would have taken good care of Li Tianlan and was even willing to give herself to him. Although it was absurd, at least there was a reason for it. Although this reason was not convincing, in Li Tianlan's opinion, it was also the most likely one. As for the connection between his grandfather and Qin Weibai, it was even more unlikely. For many years, his grandfather had always stayed in Li's village. The number of times he went out was pitifully few. It was impossible for him to trust Qin Weibai's position without reservation. Unless Qin Weibai had some connections with his father, then his grandfather would accept that business card. "Your father?" While driving, Qin Weibai turned her head and glanced at Li Tianlan. "I don't know him," she said softly. What about that business card? Li Tianlan looked at Qin Weibai seriously and found that she did not seem to be faking it. He felt a headache. But now, his feelings for Qin Weibai were almost out of his control. If he did not figure it out, he would not feel at ease in any case. When Grandpa gave me your business card, he said that you can be completely trusted. Li Tianlan said calmly, his eyes soft. At that time, Li Honghe's words sounded simple. But how could Li Tianlan not understand what it meant? When Li Tianlan took the business card and made the call, it was almost equivalent to handing over the safety of himself and the border camp to Qin Weibai. After coming to Huading, Li Tianlan, who had a preliminary understanding of the current general situation, naturally knew how dangerous such a move was. If Qin Weibai had the slightest idea and revealed the news, then not only would Li Tianlan die without a burial place, but also all the people who were still holed up at the border at this time would not have a good end. But even so, Grandpa still casually gave him Qin Weibai's business card. What did it mean? Could it be that Grandpa really had contact with Qin Weibai? Li Tianlan thought quickly. In a year, when Li village was far away from the border, Qin Weibai was just a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. Over the years, Grandpa had only left Li village a few times, and each time he left, it was no longer than a month. Under such circumstances, no matter how much contact Grandpa had with Qin Weibai, the time was limited. Why did he trust Qin Weibai so much? Li Tianlan opened his mouth, but this time Qin Weibai directly interrupted him and said softly, "In a year when you were in the desert, I went to the border, met your grandfather, and then left my business card. That's all. That's all." Li Tianlan's face was full of disbelief. Many things are not as complicated as you think. Don't be angry. I'm telling the truth. Although I don't like your grandfather, I have to say that he is a very wise and courageous old man. He used to be the god of war of Zhongzhou State. Even though he has lived in seclusion for many years, he is still elegant. Qin Weibai slowed down the car and said in a leisurely tone, "So don't make wild guesses. I have nothing to do with your father or your grandfather. I went to the border just for you, and it only has something to do with you. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Not only was Li Tianlan not satisfied, but he also felt even more puzzled. Only has something to do with me. What kind of relationship is this kind of relationship that we have never met? Is it worth such a beauty to want to throw herself at me? You said you're willing to be my girlfriend? Li Tianlan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Dealing with beautiful women was never a worry-free thing. Wang Yuedong was like this, and Qin Weibai was even more so. Not only did a few words not clear up his doubts, but they also made him more confused. What's the matter? Yes. Qin Weibai nodded gently, blushing, but her tone became more and more natural. From today on, you're my boyfriend, so don't be nervous, okay? No matter how I am outside, in front of you, I am me. If you are nervous in front of me, I will feel like a failure. Li Tianlan looked at Qin Weibai, lost in thought. Qin Weibai deliberately did not look at him, but just whispered, "Tianlan, there are some things that I can't tell you now. I don't mean to hide it, but I don't know how to say it. Give me some time. When I'm ready, you will know everything. I have no secrets in front of you." Li Tianlan's eyes softened, and he reached out to hold Qin Weibai's palm on the steering wheel. He smiled and said, "Do you like me? I'm more than like you." Qin Weibai's body seemed to be a little weak. She looked at the road ahead and muttered to herself, "I'm more than like you." As the saying goes, love doesn't know where it starts, but it goes deep. Does it describe people like us? Li Tianlan looked at Qin Weibai, who was obviously a little absent-minded, and pretended to be relaxed and made a joke. Qin Weibai did not laugh. Love doesn't know where it starts. Don't know where it starts. She bit her lip, and the corners of her mouth rose subconsciously, but her eyes were a little sad. The car drove into a villa area that could only be regarded as mid-range in Huading. Qin Weibai drove the car into the small courtyard of the villa and parked it. They both got out of the car. Before getting out of the car, Qin Weibai opened the storage box. The storage box was obviously modified, and it had a password. Her expression was calm, and she entered a long string of complicated passwords into it. From inside, she took out the blue notebook that Li Tianlan was familiar with, but also strange at the same time. Li Tianlan glanced at it, but did not say anything. After getting out of the car, he took a few steps forward and subconsciously wanted to hold Qin Weibai's small hand. Her hand was as soft and slender as warm jade. As long as he held it, he was reluctant to let go. But Qin Weibai took a few quick steps forward and directly held his arm tightly. Li Tianlan's body stiffened, and he felt Qin Weibai's body almost completely sticking to him. He only felt a raging flame directly rising in his body. But when he saw the blue notebook that Qin Weibai regarded as a treasure, his heart moved, and he calmed down. He wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. "What do you want to say?" Qin Weibai held his arm and raised her head. Her face was delicate and charming. This was the true charm of a woman. Li Tianlan almost forgot where he was for a moment, and then he came to his senses. He laughed at himself and said softly, "I haven't asked you before, but in my heart, I always think that you have something to do with my father or my grandfather, and that's why you are so good to me. Even a notebook in your hand, I once thought it was my father's. But since you said that you have nothing to do with my father, then who does the weekly notebook of the Sky Academy in your hand belong to?" Qin Weibai showed a rare hesitation. Li Tianlan was trying to find something to talk about. Seeing Qin Weibai like this, he said at once, "I just asked casually. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it." "There's nothing inconvenient about it." Qin Weibai opened the front door of the villa, walked in holding Li Tianlan's arm, and said softly, "I just don't know how to say it. You should have a look at this notebook, but now is not the time. I'll give it to you when the time is right." "You said that this weekly notebook has something to do with me?" Li Tianlan looked surprised. He vaguely seemed to find a reason why Qin Weibai fell in love with him, but it was a little unbelievable. "It doesn't matter much, but it will help you." Qin Weibai pulled Li Tianlan to sit on the sofa. Her smile was tranquil, just like the decoration of the villa. The interior of the villa, which was about 1,000 square meters, had nothing to do with the splendor of gold and jade, but it made people feel extremely comfortable. From the overall layout to the small details, it was very stylish and had a strong sense of home. She poured a glass of water for Li Tianlan and gently touched the notebook in her hand. Her eyes were in a trance, and she said softly, "This notebook records everything about a chosen one in the past 10 years, including his experience, psychology, views, and even martial arts experience. Everything is in great detail. When the time is right, I will give it to you." A proud son of heaven. Not just anyone could use this term. Not even any invincible figure could use it. Among the 4 invincible realm experts in Huaxia, it was estimated that only Wang Tianzong, who held the human emperor, could barely be related to this word. The heavenly sons of Zhongzhou State were born every 500 years. Any one of them was powerful enough to defeat the entire dark world. This person, Li Tianlan, frowned. He's been dead for a long time. Qin Weibai's calm tone made Li Tianlan feel strange. She held a delicate celadone teacup in both hands, and her eyes were in a trance, as if she was lost in memories. He can be said to be the most arrogant and ambitious person I have ever seen. When I first met him, it was at Huading Airport. At that time, the only invincible realm expert on the killer list secretly sneaked into Huading for unknown purposes. The Zhongzhou state government originally asked him to investigate the purpose of the invincible realm killer, but he didn't bother to do so and directly came with the intention of killing. On the day he came, almost all the high-level officials in Huading went to the airport to pick him up, including the top leader of Huading, who is very likely to go one step higher. I happened to be there that day. When he got off the private plane, he smiled and looked very kind with a pet dog in his hand. The top leader of Huading, who is not on good terms with him, went up and wanted to shake hands with him. But he put the leash of the dog in the hand of the top leader, who was a member of the decision-making committee. As for the others, he didn't even look at them and directly attacked. Attacked? Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Who did he attack?" "He attacked the invincible realm killer. I don't know which high-level official he came for. That day, he pretended to be a staff member of the airport and was waiting for an opportunity to take action. Unfortunately, before the invincible realm killer had time to take action, he was discovered by him. The whole battle only lasted a few seconds. The invincible realm killed the invincible realm. Unarmed, life and death were decided in an instant. Li Tianlan's heart beat violently, and his face was fascinated. The invincible realm killed the invincible realm, and it was an instant kill. That kind of scene was beyond his imagination. Really domineering. Then what? He asked. Qin Weibai glanced at him with an unreadable look and said with a chuckle, "What then?" Then he pulled the leash of the dog from the top leader of Huoding, boarded the plane again, and left. From the beginning to the end, he didn't talk to those high-level officials of Huoding. I asked him later, and he said there was nothing to talk about. They were a group of clowns, and he would rather play with baby than socialize with them. Qin Weibai smiled with a complicated look in her eyes and took the initiative to explain, "Baby is the pet dog he raised." Li Tianlan was lost in thought, but the image of that heavenly son was formed subjectively in his mind. Arrogant, domineering, silent, fierce, and insufferably arrogant. It was a pity that such a person died. Fortunately, he died. Listening to Qin Weibai's explanation, he smiled and said, "That dog was quite lucky. Yes, it could be said to be the most valuable pet dog in years. When he was alive, no one dared to provoke his dog, not to mention him. At a high-profile private party, it was said that a certain invincible realm figure in Kunlun City accidentally stepped on the dog's tail and refused to apologize. In less than 3 days, he died on the way back to Kunlun City without a whole body." Qin Weibai held the cup, and her words were calm, but her eyes became more and more dazed. Li Tianlan's eyelids twitched, and he once again added a new impression to this strong man. Extreme madness. Such a figure really had the demeanor of ignoring everything and sweeping everything away. Li Tianlan suddenly thought a sentence and said casually, "That's what a man should be like. That's what a man should be like." Qin Weibai smiled bitterly. At that time, he was indeed insufferably arrogant and invincible. But so what? Didn't he die in the end? He made his debut at the age of 19 and was killed at the age of 29. 10 years of magnificent events, but in the end, wasn't it a sad song? Li Tianlan was stunned. In any case, he had never thought that such a figure would die at such a young age. "How'd he die?" he asked softly. This time, Qin Weibai was silent for a full 5 minutes, and then said softly, "It was said that he died in a siege, but in fact he died of betrayal." His last battle was earth-shattering. More than 20 experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm and 6 invincible realm experts besieged him at the same time, but all the thunder-shocking realm experts were annihilated. 6 invincible realm experts, 3 died, 1 was disabled, and 2 were seriously injured. Actually, even at that time, when he was at the end of his rope, he still had a sword that he hadn't drawn. If that sword had been unsheathed, he would have been able to take everyone down with him. But at the last moment, the woman he loved the most, who also loved him the most, stabbed him in the heart. Before he died, he didn't go crazy, nor was he angry. He just looked at her quietly and finally died in her arms. Perhaps there was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart, and he died with everlasting regret. More than 20 experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm were annihilated. 6 invincible realm experts, 3 died, and 1 was disabled. Li Tianlan was stunned, and his heart was in turmoil. With such combat capability, it was absolutely not an exaggeration to call him the heavenly son of the age. It could almost be said that he was invincible in the world. But such an outstanding person, in the end, died in the hands of his beloved woman. Could he really die in peace? Li Tianlan subconsciously thought of himself. What if one day he was invincible in the world and was stabbed in the back by Qin Weibai after defeating all the enemies? That was really the sorrow of dying with everlasting regret, but he couldn't hate it. A man and a woman, from the very beginning, were in different positions. If they were forced to be together, it would be an ill-fated relationship. Qin Weibai took a deep breath and said in a complicated tone, "What's his name?" Li Tianlan suddenly asked. Hearing this story, he also felt bad. If he was in the shoes of himself, that kind of deep sorrow almost made him breathless. Chapter 46. Dongqing Huangtu. For Li Tianlan, this was a completely strange name. But for the Dongsheng clan, it was like thunder piercing his ears. After coming to Huading, although he had not seen it with his own eyes, several people had told him about this behemoth that dominated Zhongyuan province. The frequency of this family's name, ringing in his ears, was almost second only to that of the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City. Zhongzhou State's military industry giant was the most qualified superpower to represent the giant group of Zhongzhou State. Many top-secret military enterprises in Zhongzhou State were directly or indirectly under the control of the Dongsheng clan. In addition, Zhongzhou State's most elite and most powerful Border Praetorian Corps had 550,000 troops. Based on these general impressions, Li Tianlan was sure that this was one of the most powerful superpowers in Zhongzhou State. But now, Qin Weibai told him that there was a heavenly son of the Dongsheng clan named Dongqing Huangtu. He was truly invincible in the world, a heavenly son of the heavenly son who could take on an entire nation on his own. But no matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. He didn't know what was wrong, but the idea never disappeared. The Border Praetorian Corps, the Dongsheng clan, Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun, his father, the current patriarch of the Dongsheng clan, Dongqing Wudi, the commander of the Border Praetorian Corps known as the God of Massacre of Zhongzhou State. Vaguely, Li Tianlan felt that there seemed to be some subtle things that only people in the game could understand. He thought about it silently, but he could not find the key. At present, the only thing he knew was that after his father, Li Huangtu, committed treason, Dongqing Wudi, known as the God of Massacre, directly replaced his father and became the new commander of the Border Praetorian Corps. The key to all those subtle things that he couldn't figure out might lie in this change of position. Li Tianlan's mind wandered. For the first time, he was curious about the Dongqing clan. Dongqing Wudi, the God of Massacre of Zhongzhou State. Dongqing Huangtu, the current heavenly son. Dongqing Rushi, the genius of the young generation of the Dongqing clan, had entered the fire-flaming realm at the age of 19. These were the three members of the Dongsheng clan that Li Tianlan knew so far. As for how many other outstanding talents were hidden in this transcendental family, Dongsheng Huangtu, Dongsheng Huang, Li Tianlan murmured twice. How long has he been dead? She asked softly. It has been a long time, Qin Weibai said as she held the glass of water. Li Tianlan glanced at her. When he first heard this story, he had a strange feeling, and now he finally understood what was going on. When Qin Weibai and Dongsheng Huangtu met for the first time, she was able to go to the airport with a group of high-level officials in Huading at the same time. Even if she was just at the end of the table, such a status was quite high. How old was Qin Weibai now? How old could Qin Weibai be when she first met Dongxing Huangtu? He had been dead for a long time. No matter how long it had only been a matter of a few years. At this moment, he recalled the conversation he had with Zhuang Huayang. Zhuang Huayang said that in the past 20 years, every 5 years, there would be a major event in Zhongzhou State. Except for a few things that had nothing to do with the Dark World or had little to do with it. The major events related to the Dark World were his father's treason 20 years ago. Wang Tianzong killed Tian Ling 15 years ago. Situ, Song Yue killed Lu Tianqing 10 years ago. And Gu Qianchuan entered the invincible realm 5 years ago. These were the major events that had the greatest impact on the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State and the Dark World in the past 2 decades. But Dongqing Huangtu was not among them. Why was that? It couldn't be that Dongqing Huangtu died more than 20 years ago. At that time, Qin Weibai, who was 1 or 2 years old, could not have appeared at the airport. So, was the matter of Dongsheng Huangtu concealed by Zhongzhou State? Or did Zhuang Huayang deliberately not say it? Li Tianlan shook his head and subconsciously touched his pocket. Qin Weibai, whose attention was almost all on Li Tianlan, bent down, pulled open the tea table, and took out a box of cigarettes. She said softly, "Are you looking for this?" "You." Li Tianlan was stunned. "It's specially prepared for you. But it's not easy to get this brand of cigarettes. When it was sent here, you had already gone to the Sky Academy." Qin Weibai opened the cigarette package. It was a wooden box, light purple in color, with the word hero engraved in the middle. It was very intimidating. When the package was opened, it was different from a usual pack of 20 cigarettes. There were only 12 cigarettes in the box, slightly thicker than ordinary cigarettes, but the mouthpiece was nearly half the length. Qin Weibai put the cigarette in Li Tianlan's mouth and found a lighter to light it for him. She chuckled and said, "This hero cigarette is specially made by the Wang family of Beihai. It's for the core members of the Wang family of Beihai to enjoy. Its composition is also a little different from ordinary cigarettes. It is said that it can reduce the harm to the body. I got 3 boxes this time. You can give them to the old man later and let him take them to the Sky Academy for you. Zhuang Huayang won't stop you. If you carry 3 boxes of cigarettes by yourself, a lot of credits will be deducted according to the weight. Where did you get this kind of cigarette?" Li Tianlan took a deep breath and asked, pretending to be calm. But Qin Weibai still heard a trace of displeasure in his tone that perhaps even Li Tianlan himself did not notice. She was slightly stunned and then understood. She shook her head and said, "I didn't get it from Wang Xiaoyao. After all, cigarettes are just consumables. The Wang family of Beihai doesn't control them strictly. It's not a big deal to get 3 boxes of hero." Li Tianlan smoked in silence and did not speak. Qin Weibai looked at him quietly for a while and subconsciously moved closer to Li Tianlan again. She said cautiously, "Are you angry? Wang Xiaoyao and I are not even ordinary friends. Except for the occasional contact in business, I never pay attention to him in private. It's him who keeps pestering me. I'm not angry." Li Tianlan patted Qin Weibai's hand. Looking at her explaining seriously, he felt complicated inside, and there was a kind of complacency that made him a little ashamed. He laughed at himself, grabbed Qin Weibai's hand, and said softly, "When senior you told me that Wang Xiaoyao has been pursuing you these years, I did feel uncomfortable. Of course, I was unhappy, but I was not angry. To be exact, it was because my opponent was too strong. Maybe I felt a little inferior? A woman who the core high level of the Wang family of Beihai has been yearning for day and night for years is by my side. I'm obedient and good, but I always feel insecure. In the end, it's because I'm not promising now. If I enter the invincible realm now, my confidence will naturally come back. It's the same as a young boy and a young, talented billionaire who values a girl at the same time. They are both sincere. How many people will choose the former? It's rare, and I actually met it. I'm narrow-minded. Just now, I was thinking how good it would be if you don't meet Wang Xiaoyao in the future. Look, narrow-minded, good-for-nothing, insecure, selfish. This is me. Don't talk about others looking down on me. Even I look down on myself." Qin Weibai had been watching Li Tianlan softly. After listening to him quietly, she said softly, "I don't like it when you talk about yourself like this." She paused and continued, "No matter how much Wang Xiaoyao has, it's the accumulation of the Wang family of Beihai for hundreds of years. Zhuan Yuantai of Kunlun has made great achievements. Who says you have nothing? You can carry the responsibility on your back and still don't give up. In my opinion, this alone shows that you are more responsible than most men. In my heart, you will be more capable and promising than anyone else in the future." Li Tianlan gritted his teeth and boldly reached out his hand. He gently lifted Qin Weibai's chin and made her look at him. Qin Weibai followed Li Tianlan's hand and raised her face. Her bright and clear eyes were full of trembling obedience and gentleness. Li Tianlan's forced heroism suddenly dissipated, but he didn't show it on the surface. He squinted and smiled. "More promising than Dongxing Huang too?" Qin Weibai suddenly stood up. Before Li Tianlan could react, she directly sat in Li Tianlan's arms. Li Tianlan subconsciously put his arms around the delicate body sitting on his lap. He only felt that it was really exquisite and fragrant. In a daze, Qin Weibai's firm and serious voice rang out. "Of course, you will be more promising than him because you have me by your side. But he has a woman who will stab him when he is in a desperate situation." She obediently lay in Li Tianlan's arms. After a moment of silence, she whispered to herself, "Only in your arms can I feel the most secure." Li Tianlan held Qin Weibai's body tightly. His voice was soft, but it carried an indomitable determination. Just based on what you said, if I don't surpass Donsheng Huang Tu, I won't have the face to be with you. Qin Weibai pursed her lips and smiled. She straightened up and said softly, I have a document here. I'll show it to you. No need. The tension in Li Tianlan's heart finally disappeared little by little, and he got along with his girlfriend more and more casually. Holding her body, he was really reluctant to let go. He laughed and said, just tell me the content directly, but I haven't read it. Qin Weibai fixed her eyes on Li Tianlan and said softly, when the document was sent here, I was already in Billy's state. How about I bring the document and read it to you? Don't be so anxious. What's the content of the document? Li Tianlan held Qin Weibai tightly and didn't let go. Qin Weibai didn't insist. She moved on Li Tianlan's leg. The softness and elasticity almost made Li Tianlan go crazy, but she didn't seem to notice it. She found the most comfortable position and said in a lazy tone, it's about the Sky Academy. There are some students you need to pay attention to, those you can rope in, those you can't, and their strengths and weaknesses, martial arts inheritance, and standpoints should be recorded. There are also some teachers and senior officials. Their respective standpoints, temperament, and so on are almost recorded. But I haven't got any news about the leader of the assassination course group. After the last leader of the assassination course group of the Sky Academy died on a mission, the Enchantress has been acting for this course. But now it's a new session, and it's a very special one. Zhuang Huayang probably wants to invite a super killer who can completely control the situation. Such a person is most suitable for Sai City. Zhuang Huayang and Sai City have been talking, but it's still hard to say who the super killers of Sai City will be. So the information about the leader of the assassination course group was left out. Li Tianlan glanced at Qin Weibai and said softly, even so, it's great. For any student of the Sky Academy, this document is the most precious thing. I'll read it carefully. But as for the students, it's not a big deal. After the entrance maneuver, I can basically know the quality of those people. There are masters, but there are not many who can pose a great threat to me and stand against me. When saying this, his eyes were in a trance, and he suddenly thought of Wang Yuetong. If they didn't know each other anything, how would they live in the Sky Academy in the future? We can't be careless. Qin Weibai shook her head. This session of the Sky Academy is very special. In terms of the comprehensive strength of the students, it almost far surpasses that of the Deep Sea Academy in Yuzhou. The current situation can only mean that several young masters who are most likely to enter the Sky Academy haven't enrolled yet, but they won't wait too long. It's estimated that they'll be enrolled after this holiday. Although it's against the rules to enroll a little later, the rules are nothing more than human feelings, so it's not a big deal at all. Why is it like this? Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. In his impression, the Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy were almost equal, but Qin Weibai said that the comprehensive quality of this session of students in the Sky Academy was far better than that of the Deep Sea Academy. Was there any special reason? Because of the current situation in Huiding. Qin Weibai furrowed her delicate brows and said softly. The two hugged each other in a very ambiguous posture, but the content of the discussion was extremely serious. There are no wealthy families in Huiding. This fat piece of meat has now been targeted by all parties. There are no wealthy families in Huiding. Li Tianlan muttered to himself, a little incredulous. Huiding was the economic engine of the entire Zhongzhou state, the most developed municipality and one of the most prosperous international metropolises in the world. How could there be no wealthy families in such a place? It was simply incredible. Although it's a little exaggerated to say so, it's not a big exaggeration. Huiding used to be full of wealthy families. A few years ago, it was the strongest fortress and back garden of the Wang family of Beihai. But 5 years ago, the Prince Group seized the opportunity to break through here. Qin Weibai explained seriously, the loss of Huiding can be said to be the worst failure of the Wang family of Beihai in recent years. The Prince Group took over Huiding, and all the major groups in Zhongzhou State began to infiltrate Huiding. Until now, the situation in Huiding has been extremely chaotic. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the battlefield of all the major groups. Under such circumstances, the original wealthy families in Huading moved their headquarters to other places to avoid being affected. All of them have moved their headquarters to other places. Those who remain are basically local forces that are not weak, but can hardly make it big. There are only a few that can really be called a powerful family in Zhongzhou State. Therefore, for you and all the other ambitious people, Huading can be said to be the best place with the best environment right now. The situation is chaotic and muddy, but the pressure from above is not great. With all the major groups guarding against each other, Huading can be said to be a crisis at every step, but also an opportunity at every step. With such a good opportunity, who doesn't want to come to Huading to take a gamble? This is the real foundation of an emperor. Whoever can take advantage of the situation in Huading and succeed with a small effort will become the top big shot in Zhongzhou State. In this way, not only do all the major groups send young talents to Huading, but also some hidden experts can't sit still. This year in the Sky Academy is destined to be a turbulent time with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. You must pay attention to it. Qin Weibai explained patiently and exhorted him. Li Tianlan nodded silently, looking calm. In the information I collected, there are detailed records of several young experts who may enter the school late. Do you want to take a look now? Qin Weibai suddenly asked. Li Tianlan subconsciously tightened his arms around her body and shook his head without hesitation. No hurry, I want to take a look. Qin Weibai giggled in Li Tianlan's arms, but her hands around his neck tightened. Tianlan. Qin Weibai called him again, her voice sweet and sweet. Li Tianlan responded, narrowing his eyes with a look of enjoyment. I have a way to let you no longer feel inferior when facing people like Wang Xiaoyao, and you can even despise them. Do you want to know? Qin Weibai bit Li Tianlan's ear and whispered. Her sweet smell reached Li Tianlan's nostrils, and he seemed to feel limp and numb all over. He moved his body subconsciously, pulled Qin Weibai up from his arms, and looked her in the eyes. What way? I can let you enter the invincible realm overnight. Okay? Qin Weibai blinked and smiled teasingly. Smack! Subconsciously, Li Tianlan slapped Qin Weibai's buttocks. It felt plump and bouncy to the touch. Admiring the shy and angry expression of the beauty in his arms, Li Tianlan's so-called inferiority complex seemed to be disappearing bit by bit. He reached out and slapped her again. Smiling, he said, seriously, "You're not serious." Chapter 47. As time went by, Qin Weibai finally left Li Tianlan's arms and took the initiative to hand over the information that he wanted to read, but was reluctant to let go of. The carefully bound information was very thick. It was a large stack of A4 paper, densely covered with handwriting, which showed how detailed it was. The Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy were the two most mysterious special warfare academies in Zhongzhou State. Such information was priceless to every student of the Sky Academy. Even if it was spread to the Deep Sea Academy or even abroad, its value would only be higher. The Sky Academy had just finished the entrance maneuver, but Qin Weibai had already prepared this detailed information. From this aspect, it could be seen how terrifying the powerful and detailed intelligence force behind her was. This was not the power that an ordinary strong woman could have. Qin Weibai sat beside Li Tianlan with the information and read it to him. She did not read it from a book. After reading it once, she omitted some unimportant parts and went straight to the subject. She explained the profound in simple terms, which made it easier for Li Tianlan to memorize. But because there was a lot of information, it was almost dinner time when Qin Weibai finished talking about the teachers of the Sky Academy. In this case, the senior teachers of the Sky Academy are basically in a three-way situation. Li Tianlan thought about it seriously and said in a trembling and hoarse voice, "The sequelae of forcibly raising the realm in the morning finally began to show completely. His muscles were completely relaxed, and the pain caused by forcibly raising the combat strength spread all over his body. To be exact, it was not pain, but an indescribable emptiness and numbness. It seemed that every muscle, every bone, and every drop of blood in his body had completely disappeared. Li Tianlan could move and speak, but he could hardly feel the existence of his body, nor could he feel the sofa under him. His whole body was indescribably sore and itchy, which made him fall into a state of extreme numbness from the inside out. Such a feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable, both psychologically and sensually. Most importantly, this feeling was still increasing. It was okay to keep his body still, but once he moved, the pain and the emptiness would spread all over his body, like being pricked by needles. If he didn't move, he would feel sore and numb. If he moved, he would feel severe pain. As this feeling became more and more obvious, Li Tianlan was already sweating all over. You can say that. Qin Weibai nodded. Zhuang Huayang represents the academics, which can be said to be the main force of the academics in Huading. Outside of the Sky Academy, their forces in Huading are not strong enough. Yi Fengsheng and the Enchantress represent the Wang family of Beihai. Wang Tianzong is good at setting up the overall situation. These two are likely to be important pawns of the Wang family of Beihai's dominance in Huading. Gu Yunxiao represents Kunlun City, which is the most awkward among the three. On the surface, they're stronger than Yi Kunlun. But apart from Gu Yunxia, there are only a few weak figures, so they have little say. Gu Weibai Li City. Tianzong An, Kunlun of Li City, but she was killed by you. Tianzong Lu Xiong, so she in Bai, and will to she Bai of. She stood up and looked at Li Tianlan's trembling body. She changed the subject and said, "Let me give you a massage. It may be uncomfortable, but you'll feel better later." "No need." Li Tianlan's lips trembled, but he managed to squeeze out a smile. It was indeed good to enjoy Qin Weibai's massage, but not now. Right now, his body felt like it was being pricked by needles. It was simply suffering. "Go on, you could distract me." Trembling, he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, bit the cigarette butt, and said vaguely, "There are 6 groups in Zhongzhou State now. Which group are you from?" Without an all-pervasive intelligence network, Qin Weibai would never have been able to get this information. Such an intelligence network could not be established by ordinary forces. It was normal for her to be connected to one of the 6. "Me? I don't belong to any group." Qin Weibai shook her head slightly and looked at Li Tianlan's current situation. Obviously, he wasn't in the mood to go into detail. He just laughed at himself and said, "I'm just using a tiger's skin to scare people. You can think of it as me being the spokesperson of some big shot. A big shot from outside the borders." Li Tianlan's consciousness was already a little fuzzy, but when he heard this sentence, he still became a little spirited. He said reluctantly, "Male or female, she can be considered as my elder sister." She rolled her eyes at Li Tianlan and said softly, "She has a great influence in Europe. As soon as I came to Huading, I was targeted by the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, but they didn't do anything to me. It's not that they're afraid of my elder sister, but that the Zhongzhou State government needs my elder sister's influence to achieve some things that are not easy to do in the open. My elder sister also needs the support of the Zhongzhou State government. It can be considered as mutual cooperation and mutual benefit, right? In recent years, I've had a pleasant cooperation with some big shots in Zhongzhou State, but I can't say which group I belong to. Now that the academics are in power, we have a closer relationship with the academics. But I'm also a bosom friend of a core figure in the Dongsheng clan, and I'm the only bosom friend. We also have cooperation with the northern faction. To put it nicely, as a spokesperson, I'm relatively aloof. If it's not necessary, the major groups don't want to offend me. But the things I can influence in Zhongzhou State are pitifully few, so I can only manage my own territory." Li Tianlan stared ahead with a dull look in his eyes. The feeling of growing weakness almost overwhelmed his reason, and he didn't know if he had heard what she said. Qin Weibai couldn't bear to look at him anymore. She turned her head and muttered to herself, "If you go abroad to develop your career, you'll start much faster." What a pity. A soft sound came from outside the door. The door was immediately pushed open. Qin Weibai stood up reflexively and walked quickly to the door. Looking at flaming fire and Yudong Lai, she asked in a hurried tone, "Where's the thing?" Looking at the anxious expression on the boss's face, Flaming Fire felt more and more powerless. She silently took out a wooden box that smelled of sandalwood from her pocket and handed it to Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai quickly took it and turned to Li Tianlan without hesitation. She took out a small round tube that shone with a metallic luster from the box and carefully fed him the light blue medicine in the tube. There were only about 3 to 5 drops of the light blue liquid medicine. But the moment it entered his mouth, Li Tianlan's tongue, which had been numb and unable to speak, suddenly regained its senses. The medicine entered his throat. A cool feeling entered his stomach. Li Tianlan only felt as if someone had suddenly poured a basin of cold water on him, where his whole body was on fire. He felt indescribably comfortable and fortunate. He subconsciously opened his eyes wide and glanced at Qin Weibai. "Don't move. You'll be fine after a while. About 5 minutes." Qin Weibai chuckled softly and said softly. Flaming Fire stood aside expressionlessly. Yu Donglai couldn't help but roll his eyes and said grumpily, "You'll be fine this time. Boy, this is a blessing in disguise. At least you won't have to worry about getting hurt during the few years you're studying at the Sky Academy." Li Tianlan still couldn't speak for a while. He just looked at Yu Donglai in confusion. This is one of the most precious gene potions of the Wang family of Beihai, codenamed Youth. Even the headquarters of the Wang family of Beihai has a limited stock of it. Youth can provide people with a huge amount of vitality. It won't make you live long, but it can quickly heal your injuries. Especially when you take it for the first time, no matter how serious your injuries are, with a large amount of vitality, you could be full of vigor in a short period of time. Moreover, this effect is continuous. A bottle of Youth can maintain the effect for about 3 years. Of course, it's impossible for you to recover immediately in the future. But as long as the effect is still there, you'll recover much faster than others when you're injured in the future. In order to get this, Flaming Fire and I almost fell out with Wang Xiaoyao. "How about it, boy? How does it taste?" Yu Donglai said quickly. Li Tianlan's mouth moved. Finally, he was able to speak. He said with a smile, "It's F*King bitter." This time, not only Yu Donglai, but also Flaming Fire glared at the bastard who was showing off after getting a bargain. She and Yu Donglai went to Wang Xiaoyao to ask for this bottle of Youth. When he heard that Qin Weibai wanted it, Wang Xiaoyao gave it to Flaming Fire without hesitation. Even Flaming Fire was moved by his straightforwardness. After all, youth was not like longevity. It could save lives. Not to mention that the effect could last for 3 years. The fact that it could heal injuries almost immediately after taking it for the first time was enough to show how amazing this medicine was. Even if the Wang family of Beihai added up all of them, it was estimated that they didn't have 10 bottles of Youth. Even Wang Tianzong would feel distressed for a long time if he took out such a precious thing. But Wang Xiaoyao gave it to Wang Xiaoyao without hesitation. He was really sincere to his boss. However, this Wang Xiaoyao of the Wang family of Beihai was also extremely stingy. When he heard that Qin Weibai wanted to give it to Li Tianlan, his eyes turned red and he regretted it on the spot. Flaming Fire almost fought with Wang Xiaoyao at the garden party. Fortunately, Yu Donglai mediated between them. Later, Xian Xuanzi, a Taoist master who was a guest at the garden party, also said a few words. Then she was allowed to take back the bottle of Youth. But this bastard actually said that it was bitter. Don't drink it if it's bitter. If this thing was given to their palace master, it could definitely make their palace master more powerful. Even in the face of an invincible realm expert with 12 murderous weapons, he would not be afraid. Wang Xiaoyao was right. It was a great waste to give this precious thing to Li Tianlan. Only the boss would indulge him like this. Flaming Fire took a deep breath, her face full of resentment. Well, I see that this guy's fine. I should go back. Yu Donglai glanced at Li Tianlan and suddenly said, "Leave after dinner." Qin Weibai stood up and said, "I'm going to cook. The old man can help." She glanced at Li Tianlan and said softly, "Do you want a friend to come over? My cooking skills are no worse than the old man's." "No need. Another day." Li Tianlan smiled and said softly, "With a girlfriend like Qin Weibai, He really couldn't wait to show off. But now, he really didn't have the capital to do so. If he called Ning, Qiansheng, and Li Beitian over, they might even mistake him for living off a woman. Even if he wanted to call them over, he didn't have the confidence to do so. Qin Weibai looked at him deeply, nodded, and walked to the kitchen. The dinner was not too sumptuous. Qin Weibai and Yu Donglai made a few home-cooked dishes and boiled a pot of congee with pork and century eggs, which had a special taste. The effect of youth against the natural order had already come into play before dinner. The pain caused by Li Tianlan forcibly raising his realm had disappeared. Even the injuries left by the entrance maneuver seemed to have completely disappeared. With a great appetite, he sat at the dining table and looked at Qin Weibai from time to time. He really experienced what it meant to be a feast for the eyes. He finished nearly half of the large pot of congee with pork and century eggs by himself. After dinner, Qin Weibai ordered flaming fire to send Yu Donglai. The old man looked at Li Tianlan playfully and did not refuse. He walked out of the villa with flaming fire. Outside the window, it was already night. At the dining table, Qin Weibai elegantly finished the last mouthful of congee and put down the bowl and chopsticks. Li Tianlan instinctively wanted to clear the table. He had done this kind of thing countless times in Li's village and had long been used to it. "I'm here. The kitchen is not a place for men." Qin Weibai stopped Li Tianlan. Her voice was soft and insistent. Li Tianlan stuttered for a long time before he finally said, "You've worked hard. I'm very happy that you've eaten my cooking," Qin Weibai said in a light tone. Then she got up and began to clear the dishes. Li Tianlan silently walked back to the living room. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Listening to the sounds coming from the kitchen, he could not tell what he was feeling. The cigarette was almost finished. Qin Weibai came to the living room after washing the dishes. Looking at Li Tianlan sitting in the dark, she turned on the light and said softly, "Do you want to watch TV for a while? I'll continue to read the materials." Li Tianlan smiled and said, perhaps it was because there was no electricity at the border, Li Tianlan was not very interested in all kinds of electrical appliances. Qin Weibai nodded casually and said casually, "I'm going to take a shower. Cooking will smell good. When I come out, I'll continue to read to you." Take a shower. Li Tianlan's heart jumped slightly. He swallowed subconsciously, nodded calmly, and picked up the materials next to him. But this time, he could not read any more before he even finished 2 pages of the materials. The living room was quiet. There was no sound of Qin Weibai taking a shower. But when he thought that his goddess was taking a shower, his heart was in a mess, as if there was grass growing in it. He put down the materials, stayed for a while, shook his head, and continued to smoke. But he became more and more absent-minded. The incomparably long 40 minutes finally passed. Qin Weibai returned to the living room in a white bathrobe with her long hair hanging down. At this moment, she seemed to have completely lost the sharp and indifferent aura. There was only a kind of charm and laziness that belonged to a domestic woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The two of them looked at each other. Qin Weibai looked at the materials that Li Tianlan put aside and chuckled. "Why don't you read them?" "I can't read them anymore." Li Tianlan was frank and said with a wry smile, "What do you think I think?" Qin Weibai blinked. Her big, watery eyes were indescribably seductive, almost drawing out Li Tianlan's soul. A man and a woman alone. Li Tianlan swallowed with difficulty and turned his head to one side. "Do you still feel inferior?" Qin Weibai came to Li Tianlan and asked softly. "I don't know." Li Tianlan shook his head and answered honestly. He was really a little confused. He did not know whether it was because he felt too inferior or because Qin Weibai's extreme charm brought him too much pressure. "I really have a way to solve your problem now." Qin Weibai stood in front of Li Tianlan and said softly, "What way?" Li Tianlan raised his head subconsciously and saw that Qin Weibai, who was standing in front of him, had long been blushing. Qin Weibai did not speak. She just moved forward again, reached out her hand, and gently but firmly pushed Li Tianlan onto the sofa. A trace of rich and natural body fragrance floated into Li Tianlan's nostrils. He looked dull. Qin Weibai turned off the light. Vaguely, the white bathrobe seemed to be slipping gently. Qin Weibai crawled over and hugged Li Tianlan tightly. In the darkness, the two of them looked at each other again. Qin Weibai's breathing was rapid, and her eyes were shining. Her sweet voice, which was close to a whisper, rang in Li Tianlan's ears. It trembled slightly, like the sound of nature. The woman that Wang Xiaoyao has pursued for several years without getting a response. You only met her twice, and then you slept with her. Fool, what else do you have to feel inferior about? Chapter 48. When Li Tianlan regained consciousness, he only felt that his mouth and nose were full of natural, intoxicating, and familiar fragrance. The sun was shining outside the window. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the bright light outside the window. This made Li Tianlan feel a little lost and a little reluctant. That crazy and dreamy night had passed. At this moment, it was already a new day. Li Tianlan quietly took a deep breath and opened his eyes directly, just in time to see a pair of bright eyes that were also quietly looking at him. This was the most beautiful pair of eyes Li Tianlan had ever seen. There was a hint of coldness in the brightness and softness, but there was no sharpness in them. It was said that the eyes were the window to the soul. Looking through this window, Li Tianlan could only see a kind of strong persistence and deep affection. This was his woman. Li Tianlan told himself silently, and then said with a smile, "Morning. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's getting late." Qin Weibai lay beside Li Tianlan and chuckled. The thin cashmere quilt covered the curve of her body, and only a part of her snow-white shoulder was exposed in the air, which was very attractive. Li Tianlan directly reached out and held her in his arms. The two bodies were close together. He gently kissed Qin Weibai's ear, and then sighed and whispered, "When I woke up just now, I didn't dare to open my eyes. I even thought that last night was just a wet dream, and when I woke up, there would be nothing left." In fact, it was not only last night. Even now, he felt that everything was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. Qin Weibai's wildness, Qin Weibai's obedience, Qin Weibai's lovable charm, and Qin Weibai's unwillingness to resist. The scenes of last night kept replaying in his mind, and finally, the image of Qin Weibai holding him tightly and crying silently was fixed. Last night, Li Tianlan was extremely satisfied, both physically and mentally. But what impressed him most was that when they went from the living room to the bedroom, Qin Weibai, who endured his attack, insisted on looking at him with tears in her eyes. She looked a little wronged, but also a little relieved. At that time, Qin Weibai was delicate and lovely. At that time, Li Tianlan was as crazy as a beast. But when everything calmed down and he recalled the way Qin Weibai looked at him and cried quietly, Li Tianlan felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He couldn't tell what kind of sadness and grievance were contained in those eyes, and he didn't know what Qin Weibai was thinking about. But from then on, Qin Weibai became completely crazy and seductive. Not long after dinner, they tossed and turned until midnight. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, the two struggled to take a shower before falling asleep in each other's arms. Li Tianlan's eyes were in a trance. He unconsciously stroked Qin Weibai's smooth and delicate back and muttered to himself again, "It's like a dream. So you want to do it again?" Qin Weibai raised her head from his arms and looked at him with her big bright eyes without blinking. She said with a faint smile. Li Tianlan was excited, but that was all. Last night, he played too crazily, and now he was really powerless. It didn't feel much to lie flat on his back, but as soon as he turned sideways, even with a warm and fragrant body in his arms, he couldn't hide the numbness in his waist. "Forget it. Let's rest first. Another day." Li Tianlan shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the words, "another day," were really exquisite. He laughed, let go of Qin Weibai, and sat up on the bed. Almost at the same time, Qin Weibai also took Li Tianlan's clothes. Her movements were obviously a little inconvenient, not to mention a woman who didn't know martial arts. Even if she was an expert of the invincible realm and had just experienced the first time in her life, the pain couldn't be ignored. She gently bit her lower lip and insisted on getting up. It seemed that she wanted to help Li Tianlan put on his clothes. "I can do it myself. Li Tianlan subconsciously wanted to take the clothes. Looking at Qin Weibai's pale face because of the pain, he suddenly remembered the blood stain on the sofa, which represented a woman's chastity. Last night, he was so focused on fooling around that he didn't have time to clean up the battlefield. He guessed that Flaming Fire had seen it. At the thought of this, his heart suddenly felt a little strange. "I'll help you." Qin Weibai clenched the clothes in her hand and gently shook her head, but her attitude was extremely firm. "I think this is also what a wife should do. Camouflage clothes are relatively easy. If you wear a suit in the future, I'll help you wear a tie every day, okay?" Li Tianlan nodded with a dull look on his face. Looking at Qin Weibai, who got out of the quilt to help him put on his clothes, he understood for the first time what it meant to have a room full of spring. Qin Weibai, who gently helped Li Tianlan put on his clothes, also blushed. From time to time, she had to endure Li Tianlan's perverted hands. He could bully her so much in just one night. Was he still the bastard who said yesterday that he felt inferior when facing her? It took nearly half an hour to get dressed. When Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai, whose walking posture was obviously a little unnatural, walked out of the bedroom, it was close to 11 o'clock in the morning. Flaming Fire was sitting in the living room, looking through some documents. When she saw Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai coming out one after another, her expression changed. She glared at Li Tianlan fiercely, as if she was looking at a pile of cow dung stuck in a flower. She could not imagine that the boss could be so crazy, nor could she imagine that Li Tianlan would be so lustful. She had only gone to send Yudonglai, and it had only been 2 hours. When she came back, this bastard had actually eaten up the boss, and so thoroughly. She naturally knew what the bloodstain on the sofa meant. Even if she did not know, the noise they made last night was not small. Flaming Fire's room was next to Qin Weibai's. As long as one was not deaf, they could know what happened in the master bedroom last night. Noticing Flaming Fire's murderous look, Li Tianlan smiled and was not angry. Qin Weibai had become his woman, and in the future, such looks would probably be very common. Even if he did not like it, he had to get used to it. Qin Weibai obviously also noticed a change in Flaming Fire's mood, but she did not say anything. She just tilted her head to look at Li Tianlan and said softly, "Are you having lunch at home?" Li Tianlan nodded and said, "I have 2 brothers who seem to still be living at a relative's house. I'll go find them after lunch." Qin Weibai trotted downstairs. Hearing that Li Tianlan had no intention of taking her, she pursed her lips and seemed a little disappointed, but she did not say anything. She just nodded meekly and said to Flaming Fire, who had already gotten up from the sofa, "I'm a little unwell today. You cook lunch at noon. Don't be salty, make it spicy." She was obviously taking care of Li Tianlan's taste. Flaming Fire glanced at Li Tianlan expressionlessly, nodded, and went straight to the kitchen. Li Tianlan's scalp went numb. Looking at the look in her eyes, he even thought that it was possible that Flaming Fire had drugged the lunch. It was not highly toxic, but something like laxatives. Flaming Fire could definitely do it. Qin Weibai frowned and carefully sat on the sofa. She took her bag, took out a card from it, and handed it to Li Tianlan. She said softly, "There's some money on the card, but there's no password. Take it." Huading is not like the Sky Academy. Money is waste paper in the Sky Academy, but it's different in Huading. You can't do anything without money. Li Tianlan did not stand on ceremony. He took the card and put it in his pocket. He had no concept of money since he was a child. Moreover, it was Qin Weibai who gave him the money. Last night, he took away her most precious thing, which could not be measured by money. It would be unreasonable to hesitate over a card. This is a really strange feeling. Li Tianlan smiled and said casually, "I'm yours. What I have is naturally also yours. What's so strange about it?" Qin Weibai leaned against Li Tianlan's arms, squinting, her face languid and coquettish. Li Tianlan tightened his arms around her and slightly narrowed his eyes. He changed from a boy to a man in Qin Weibai's arms. It seemed that Qin Weibai had also activated all his ambitions. Before, he had always regarded it as his responsibility to bring his grandfather and the others out of the border. However, In less than half a month since he came to Huading, he had learned about the general trend of Zhongzhou state, experienced the domineering nature of the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City, and felt Qin Weibai's gentleness. All of these had completely transformed in the madness last night. Bring Grandpa and those uncles out of the border? It should be so, but it was more than that. Reverse the verdict for his father? It was also more than that. Holding Qin Weibai in his arms, Li Tianlan had an unprecedented desire to be strong and to have power. This desire was so strong that it was like weeds growing in his heart. The wind was blowing. The whole grassland was shaking violently. Li Tianlan's heart was burning, but his eyes were getting quieter. Time passed in silence. It was not until flaming fire called him to eat that Li Tianlan suddenly came to his senses. He lowered his head. Qin Weibai, who had been silent for a long time, did not fall asleep. She just quietly leaned against Li Tianlan's arms and looked at him without blinking. Her eyes were as gentle as water. "I'll carry you over." Li Tianlan took the initiative to speak. Qin Weibai nodded obediently and reached out to put her arms around his neck. Flaming fire was efficient in cooking, but the taste of the food made Li Tianlan want to cry. He did not know if her cooking skills were really not that good, or if she had deliberately misheard Qin Weibai's words. But the 6 dishes for lunch were all too salty. As for chili, Li Tianlan did not see any at all. Qin Weibai tasted the dishes, looked at flaming fire, and continued to eat. But the frequency at which she picked up food was much slower. Li Tianlan could not stand the salty feeling that made his lips numb. He hastily ate 2 bowls of rice and got up. Flaming Fire, who was eating slowly, glanced at him. Her expression was still cold, but there was a hint of a mocking smile in her eyes. Li Tianlan, who was keenly aware of this, was angry. He stopped and directly bent down to kiss Qin Weibai on the face. Then he laughed and went out, feeling refreshed. Flaming Fire gnashed her teeth and could not eat anymore. She sat on the chair with dinner in her hands, lost in thought. Qin Weibai smiled and did not wipe the oil stains left by Li Tianlan on her face. She just put down the bowl and said in a flat tone, "The dishes are salty." "I know," Flaming Fire said in a low voice and did not refute anything. "He doesn't like it." Qin Weibai was silent for a while and spoke again. Flaming Fire, who had thought that she would be reprimanded by her boss, almost broke down. She could not help but raise her head and ask, "Boss, what's so good about him?" She knew that she should not ask this question. As one of the 12 supermasters of Samsara Palace, if it were horsewoman or military counselor, they would never ask this question and dare not ask it. But Flaming Fire was different. She had followed Qin Weibai for several years, and the relationship between the two of them as superiors and subordinates had become like that of sisters. In her opinion, Li Tianlan might have amazing potential, but he was absolutely not worthy of the boss. But in fact, the boss had not only been ruined by him, but also seemed to have been bewitched by him. She was simply obedient to him. If Flaming Fire could really be at peace, then she would really have no temper at all. Qin Weibai glanced at her and said with a chuckle, "My man is naturally the best." She paused and continued, "The best." Flaming Fire put down the bowl and chopsticks and continued to be in a daze. "Flaming Fire, be polite to Tianlan in the future." Qin Weibai was silent for a while and said again, "Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to Europe to carry out other tasks." Flaming Fire's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and said dejectedly, "I will pay attention in the future." Qin Weibai nodded and did not dwell on this matter. She changed the topic and said, "Did you miss anything about Tianlan in the Sky Academy?" "No," Flaming Fire said in an affirmative tone. Qin Weibai was very concerned about Li Tianlan's situation in the Sky Academy. In the Sky Academy, she would report everything related to Li Tianlan to Qin Weibai as soon as she got the news. Qin Weibai nodded and whispered, "The Liu family of Huoding, Guyunxia, and the Wang family of Beihai, whose position is difficult to determine in the future." She frowned and seemed to be a little hesitant. "Outside, there are horsewomen's secret protection. In the Sky Academy, there is Zhuang Huayan's protection. They dare not do anything." Flaming Fire said, "It's still not safe." When they go crazy, what can't they do? Qinwei shook her head and was silent for a few seconds. She suddenly asked, "Doesn't the Sky Academy want to choose the person in charge of their assassination course in Sai City? Has the candidate been decided?" "I don't know yet." Flaming Fire hesitated and said directly, "It's hard for us to collect information about Sai City." "Then you go to Sai City," Qinwei said decisively. "Help me take a message to the city lord." Flaming Fire raised her eyebrows in surprise and felt somewhat inexplicable. The Samsara Palace had no conflict with Sai City in the past, but they had no interaction at all. "Forget it. I'd better write it on paper. You go to Sai City in person and get it to Situ Sanyue." Qinwei shook her head and looked at Flaming Fire seriously. She said calmly, "You must give it to her in person." Flaming Fire nodded with a solemn face. Qinwei found a pen and paper and wrote 2 short lines. Then she put it in an envelope and handed it to Flaming Fire. She said, "You go now. I'll ask the military counselor to protect Tianlan for the time being and let Horsewoman protect me. There will be no problem." Flaming Fire took the envelope and said yes. Then she left the villa without hesitation. Qinwei sat alone in the dining room and watched Flaming Fire's back through the French window. She did not speak for a long time. She did not know whether Flaming Fire's trip was a blessing or a curse for her and Li Tianlan. But some things had to be made and even gambled. It could be foreseen that whether Flaming Fire's trip succeeded or not, there would be another force in the Sky Academy in the future. A force that belonged to Sai City outside the control of the Wang family of Beihai, Kunlun City, and the academics. This influence would be extremely huge, both in the future and in the present. Outside the window, the sun was shining, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. Chapter 49. In Huading, compared with the garden party where a membership card could represent one's status, the existence of Hanyu Palace was even less known. Hanyu Palace's history predated the garden party by many years. It was originally approved in the name of Clubhouse, but today, many years later, it still had not issued any membership card to the outside world. Hanyu Palace covered an area of nearly 200 acres. It was not big and could even be described as exquisite. A clubhouse of this size was undoubtedly somewhat unpresentable in Huading. But if one looked at it from the perspective of size, every corner of this place could be said to be extremely perfect. Hanyu Palace was located in the western suburbs of Huading, facing northeast from southwest. In terms of feng shui, it was a standard paradise with a golden throne, a pagoda, and a cornucopia. It was backed by a high mountain and had a broad prospect. It could be said to be a blessed land that could ensure eternal peace. Everything inside here was also the work of a feng shui master in Zhongzhou State. To exaggerate, every grass and every tree here was very particular. Different from the antique style of the garden party, everything here was developed toward modernization, pursuing extreme luxury and delicacy. The main building in the center of Hanyu Palace covered an area of nearly 5,000 square meters and was 6 stories high. More than 2/3 of it was built with glass, surrounded by an artificial lake. The main building stood in the center of the lake, looking noble and elegant. When the weather was good, the surrounding green water, green mountains, blue sky, and white clouds could be clearly reflected on every piece of glass of the main building. Under the reflection of the sun, it was as gorgeous as a work of art. There were also a few small and exquisite villas surrounding the main building. They protected the main building from subtle angle. These were the residences of the service staff and security personnel. Looking down from the sky, the entire Hanyu Palace was shaped like a cold moon. It was curved in an ingenious manner. The middle was wide and the sides were narrow. Every part of the interior was arranged just right. It gave off a grand and strict feeling. However, such a blessed land was usually empty most of the time. There were less than 30 attendants in charge of cleaning the place. The entire Frost Moon Palace did not receive any guests, so it was deserted throughout the year. Only very rarely would it be bustling with activity. Therefore, it was more appropriate to say that Hanyu Palace was the temporary imperial residence of a big shot rather than a clubhouse. The weather was fine. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, A middle-aged man who looked about 50 years old appeared at the gate of Hanyu Palace. He wore an extremely large black robe, and his entire body was shrouded in the black robe. Not to mention his appearance. Even his figure was not obvious under the cover of the black robe. The strange black-robed man walked through the door carved with a cold moon, walked across the exquisite arch bridge that spanned the entire artificial lake, and arrived at the door of the main building without any obstruction. A woman of unknown age stood in front of the door, looking at the black-robed man, slowly approaching with a sincere smile. The woman's appearance was ordinary, but her temperament was as gentle as the water of a lake. She was wearing a light white cheongsam and stood elegantly in front of the door, like a lady from a rich and powerful family. "Rose, is the second master here?" The black-robed man came before the woman and asked in a low voice. "He's upstairs reading and hasn't slept all night. If you still haven't returned, second master will probably send me to find you." The woman with the code, named Rose's voice was gentle and elegant. She was not in a hurry, and she exuded an intellectual aura. Her appearance was not outstanding, but her skin was extremely white and delicate. At first glance, it was not a problem to say that she was in her 20s, and it did not seem wrong to say that she was in her 30s. The black-robed man's body stiffened slightly. He nodded and walked directly through the door of the temporary imperial residence. The decoration inside the temporary imperial residence was the complete opposite of the outside world. It was filled with an ancient style, but it was not purely ancient. It was a bit like the style of the Republic of China from hundreds of years ago. It was dignified and grand, and it looked like it had a lot of history. The black-robed man silently walked up the redwood steps in the hall to the third floor and stood in front of a door. "Is it Black Robe? Come in." A low and gentle voice rang out from the room. It was clear even through the extremely soundproof room. The black-robed man pushed the door open and entered. Behind the door was a large room of nearly 150 square meters. A crimson carpet covered every corner of the room, and the ceiling was painted with gold as decoration, spreading wantonly and carelessly over the entire ceiling. The four walls were all made of glass, and a huge red sandalwood bookcase took up almost all the space on one wall. The bookcase that exuded the fragrance of sandalwood was filled with books and all kinds of antiques. Two leather sofas were placed randomly in front of the window on the other side, and in the middle was a chessboard. The room was completely dark. The floor-to-ceiling window had excellent lighting, but it was now tightly blocked by the curtains. Visibility in the entire room was extremely low. The black-robed man followed the weak light to the sofa and sat down. He continued to remain silent. The mission failed. In the darkness, the gentle and deep voice continued to ring out. In the extremely poor light, his voice seemed to come from all directions, and it was impossible to determine his exact location. "Yes." The black-robed man finally spoke, and his voice was dry. "I'm sorry, second master. Don't blame yourself. I've been mentally prepared." The second master seemed to smile, and his deep voice echoed in the room, light as a feather. "Wang Yuedong's identity is extraordinary. It would be best if we could kill her, but it's not surprising that we failed. What happened to the assassination team? All of them were wiped out." The black-robed man's facial muscles visibly twitched, and his voice was hoarse. In an environment where the black-robed man could not see, the second master muttered to himself. After a long while, he said slowly, "That's good. Then there won't be any clues left." He was silent again for a while, and suddenly asked, "Who was the bodyguard of Wang Yuedong?" "It was the enchantress." The black-robed man's voice was cold and gloomy, but the enchantress did not show up. The one who resisted the assassination for Wang Yuedong this time was a young man who was with her. The second master did not speak, and just quietly waited for the black-robed man to continue. "3 swords." The black-robed man's voice suddenly became agitated. His voice trembled slightly, with indescribable hatred. The opponent forcibly raised his realm from the chi-controlling realm to the fire-flaming realm. With only 3 swords, the assassination team was wiped out. The chi-controlling realm, the second master's voice finally carried a hint of surprise and doubt. Listening to the black-robed man's unusual tone, the second master, who knew his old subordinate well, took a deep breath and calmly said, "Do you know those 3 swords?" "I recognize one sword." The black-robed man's voice became hoarser. In the darkness, his body trembled slightly, with a kind of heartfelt palpitations and resentment. He reached out his hand through the black robe and touched the hideous scar on his face. He laughed miserably. "The 9th blade of eventide. I'll never forget that sword for the rest of my life. Seeing it again today, it's like a dream." The room suddenly fell silent. The second master was silent for a long time. The black-robed man sat quietly on the sofa, in a trance like a soulless puppet. The 9th blade of eventide. To others, this sword might only represent a unique skill of some once invincible realm legacy, but to him, it was a nightmare that he never wanted to mention again. 20 years ago, the black-robed man was the most powerful genius in the organization. Even the leaders of the organization thought that he had the potential to be invincible. At the age of 33, he entered the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. How high-spirited was he back then? Even the organization had trained him as a candidate for the position of a new leader. At that time, the black-robed man wholeheartedly wanted to rush into the invincible realm that all martial artists dreamed of and become one of the strongest people in the dark world. That was when he was at his craziest. He was so crazy that he took the initiative to carry out the top-secret mission within the organization, to go to the border of Zhongzhou State and besiege a young heavenly son of Zhongzhou State who had already entered the invincible realm. 3 invincible realm experts from various forces led the team, and more than 10 experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm assisted them. They even deployed a murderous weapon. That was the most tragic and soul-stirring battle in the black-robed man's memory. The blood of a large number of elites spilled on the battlefield. The experts lay dead. The sword light soared into the sky, and the murderous weapon roared. The black-robed man was a direct participant in that siege. Although he was at the periphery, he also had the most direct experience of the invincible realm expert's demeanor, and also the sword that changed the weather. The black-robed man laughed and cried, looking crazy. He still remembered that he was still dozens of meters away from the center of the battlefield, but the 36-year-old invincible realm expert directly swung his sword at a group of thunder-shocking realm experts while being besieged. The 9th blade of eventide. The invincible sword intent surged. The several thunder-shocking realm experts, standing at the forefront, did not even move from a distance of dozens of meters. They were directly torn to pieces by the huge sword energy. The black-robed man himself could not have been spared, but when he was about to despair, a woman who had been by his side since his debut took the sword for him. After she was smashed to pieces, the aftermath of the sword energy did not dissipate. After rushing through, it destroyed half of his face. From then on, he became the black-robed man. The woman he once treasured the most was dead, and the one he saved was equivalent to a useless person. For many years, under the shadow of that sword, not only did he not break through to the invincible realm, but his realm did not even advance. Now, there was still a small distance between the true peak of the thunder-shocking realm. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and suddenly said, "Second Master, I want to kill him. Speak clearly." The second master's voice was still gentle in the darkness, but with a hint of irresistible majesty. The black-robed man seemed to realize that he was speaking incoherently. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He said, "Wang Yuedong and that guy were very clever. As soon as they realized that something was wrong, they wanted to run. I stopped their car, but I was targeted. It was the military counselor." "Which military counselor?" The second master's voice sounded a little helpless. It seemed that the 9th blade of eventide had not only stopped them from assassinating Wang Yuetong, but also made the black-robed man a little too excited. Up until now, the appearance of the enchantress made more sense. The 9th blade of eventide and this so-called military counselor were completely inexplicable. The military counselor of Samsara. The black-robed man paused, then continued, "The one with the military counselor should be Horsewoman. I didn't dare to get too close, so I can't be sure." The second master did not speak for a long time. In the dark world today, the experts of the invincible realm were naturally unparalleled, but some special experts of the thunder-shocking realm were also shining brightly. The 12 supermasters of Samsara were like that. The enchantress of the Wang family of Beihai was like that. Now, suddenly hearing that the military counselor and horsewoman of Samsara were also at the scene of the assassination, the second master was surprised, but more than that, he felt a headache. For a moment, he even felt that the assassination was a trap that someone had set for him. But as soon as this thought emerged, he forcibly suppressed it. I heard that Wang Xiaoyao of the Wang family of Beihai has been pursuing Qin Weibai. Could it be that he succeeded? The second master was silent for a while before he spoke to himself. There was something very strange hidden in his tone. If my observation is correct, the military counselor is not protecting Wang Yuetong, but the little bastard beside her. The black-robed man gnashed his teeth and said, "After the military counselor found me, I retreated immediately and was chased by him for a day. Not long ago, he seemed to have received some order and disappeared. If not, I would still be playing hide-and-seek with him outside." "Have you fought with him?" the second master asked. How was the military counselor's strength? Among the 12 supermasters of Samsara, Saint ranked first. His degree of mystery was comparable to that of the palace master. Immediately after Saint was the military counselor. No one had seen the military counselor in action, and they didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. Now that the assassination had failed, it was at least a gain to see the military counselor. Unfathomable. The black-robed man hesitated and said slowly, "It was a man. He was mysterious, and I couldn't see his face clearly. I fought with him for 2 moves and almost lost." As he said this, he was filled with indignation. If it was not because the sword attack he had personally experienced 20 years ago had shattered his martial will and caused him to be in a muddle-headed state for so many years, he would definitely not be any weaker than the military counselor. The second master grunted in the dark, deep in thought. The 9th blade of Eventide. The Samsara Palace. The Wang family of Beihai. Everything seemed to be connected. The second master didn't understand what was going on, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that he seemed to have found a more suitable entry point than Wang Yuedong. "Second master, let me kill him." The black-robed man's ferocious voice sounded again. He knew his current situation. In terms of martial arts, this was almost a standard inner demon. 20 years ago, the 9th swordsman had shattered his martial will and shattered all of his confidence. After struggling for so many years, he had finally managed to regain his footing. In the end, he saw the 9th swordsman again today. Although it was immature, it still contained boundless sword will. This sword would forever be an obstacle in his heart. Only by killing that guy would his state of mind be more peaceful, and he might even advance his martial arts. Is it really the 9th blade? The second master suddenly asked. If it's really the 9th blade, it means that the young man is the current inheritor of Zhuanyuan Tai of Kunlun. That's strange. I heard that Li Honghe had a granddaughter, but she was killed not long after she was born. He should have no descendants. What's wrong with this young man? Is he an outsider? Is Li Honghe really willing to teach such an important, unique technique to an outsider? If the Li family really has an inheritor, then how did the Li family get involved with the Samsara Palace? The 2 supermasters are secretly protecting him. It seems that this young man is also very important to the Samsara Palace. Second master, the black-robed man interrupted the second master's monologue and said anxiously, "I'll do it cleanly. I won't do it unless I'm absolutely sure. Let me kill him." "Kill him?" the second master asked in reply and said softly, "It shouldn't be difficult for you to kill a young man, but how are you going to deal with the supermaster of Samsara beside him? You seem to be no match for him, be it military counselor or horsewoman. You can't let me do it myself, can you? Since he can be with Wang Yuedong, he must be a freshman of the Sky Academy. Are you going to sneak into the Sky Academy? How long can you hold on under Zhuang Huayang's attack? Oh, I forgot that there is Yu Donglai in Huading. He is also an old subordinate of Li Honghe. It seems that it doesn't take much effort for Yu Donglai to kill you. Kill him? How are you going to kill him? Please help me, second master." The black-robed man suddenly got up and knelt heavily on the ground. In the darkness, his body trembled violently. His forehead touched the carpet hard, and he said again, "Please help me, second master. When will Gu Qianchuan come to Huiding?" The second master asked casually, not knowing if he had seen the black-robed man kneeling on the ground. Gu Qianchuan, the first elder of Kunlun City and the second invincible realm expert of Kunlun City. Gu Xingyun, the governor of Kunlun City and known as the god of war of Zhongzhou State, had spent most of his time in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State in recent years. The affairs in Kunlun City were basically handled by Gu Qianchuan. The black-robed man stopped kowtowing and said softly, "In about 3 or 4 days, no more than 5 days, he will come to meet you." 3 or 5 days. Very good. I received a secret report that Wang Shengxiao, the heir of the Wang family of Beihai, is about to break through the fire-flaming realm and enter the thunder-shocking realm. Wang Tianzong is ready to take him to the desert. Now that Wang Yuedong is attacked, it is estimated that Wang Tianzong will also come to Huiding in 3 or 5 days. I am afraid that it will be very lively then. The second master chuckled softly, his tone low and cold. The black-robed man hesitated and said tentatively, "Second master, do you want to expose the boy's identity and origin?" "Idiot!" The second master snorted. "If we expose his origin, it is basically tantamount to admitting that we attacked Wang Yuetong. What are you thinking about? Moreover, Wang Tianzong handles everything flawlessly. If we expose the other party's identity, even if it is just for show, Wang Tianzong will temporarily protect him. At that time, it will be more inconvenient for us to take action." The black-robed man lowered his head slightly and said nothing. "There is still enough time. You and Rose leave Hanyu Palace now. I will transfer Moonlight here. Rose and Moonlight will entangle military counselor and horsewoman. You know what to do, don't you?" The second master took a deep breath and asked softly, "Understood." The black-robed man trembled and kowtowed heavily. "Thank you, second master, for your help." The second master, whose body was always hidden in the darkness, said flatly, "Go ahead." The black-robed man stood up and cautiously left the dark study. In the dark study, the second master sat in his seat and thought silently. Gu Qianchuan, Wang Tianzong, and a descendant of the Li family who was highly valued by the Samsara Palace. The Li family, Kunlun City, and the Wang family had complicated grievances. If this key figure is killed, what should the 4 or even more forces do? The second master chuckled, lit a cigarette, and said softly, "The more chaotic, the better." The cigarette but flickered. In the faint light, there was an elegant and cold middle-aged face. He leaned against the leather sofa behind him and muttered to himself, "The dark world without the Leaf family is really lonely." Chapter 50. According to Li Tianlan's original guess, after leaving the Sky Academy, Li Beitian and Ning Qiansheng would either enjoy themselves in some high-class clubhouse similar to the garden party or have fun in another similar venue. Both of them undoubtedly had the capital, be it in status or financial resources, especially Li Beitian. As one of the 4 great sword masters of Mount Shu, although he was young, his seniority was not low at all. With such a status, he could do whatever he wanted on most occasions. There was no special treatment in the Sky Academy. But outside the Sky Academy, Li Beitian could get whatever he wanted. He could travel in a luxury car and live a luxurious life. He had said before the vacation that in Huiding, as long as he, the great swordmaster Li, waved his hand, there was no girl he couldn't get. Li Tianlan believed this, and it was precisely because of this that he felt that after leaving the Sky Academy, the days of the two would be quite colorful. But the reality was completely different from Li Tianlan's imagination. When he called Ning Qiansheng, he was actually playing billiards with Li Beitian. The venue was not some high-class clubhouse, but Huiding University. For Li Tianlan, who had never attended a formal school, Huiding University was definitely a very novel place. It was also a place that made him envious. So, after hanging up the phone, he hailed a cab and rushed to Huiding University. He was in high spirits. The inside of Huading University was full of people. Compared to the desolate Sky Academy, the inside of Huading University was like a bustling city. Students and teachers of Huading University were everywhere, laughing and talking in groups. It was a scene of prosperity. In April, the temperature in Huading was far from hot. In fact, it could be said to be pleasant. However, standing at the gate of Huading University, Li Tianlan's eyes were filled with black silk skirts and short skirts. Putting aside the beauty of the girls, the beautiful legs clad in black silk were a sight to behold. He even began to imagine how dreamy it would be for Qin Weibai to wear black silk on the bed. As soon as this thought came to him, he could no longer control it. For a moment, Li Tianlan even had the urge to turn around and go back to try it out. Given Qin Weibai's obedient personality, he believed that she would not refuse him. At the gate of Huading University, Li Tianlan, who was wearing a camouflage uniform, smirked and subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth. "What are you thinking? You're drooling. What? Are you attracted to the girls of Huading University? How about I bring you along to harvest some? As I said before, in Huading, as long as you wave your hand, there's no girl that you can't get." A palm suddenly patted on Li Tianlan's shoulder. Li Beitian laughed in a low voice, which was indescribably wretched. Li Tianlan suddenly came to his senses and casually said with a smile, "I was thinking that you guys came too late. It's been 10 minutes since the agreed time." "You're drooling over this?" Li Beitian and Ning Qiansheng came to Li Tianlan with strange looks in their eyes. "I didn't drool, but I did swallow." Ning Qiansheng added another blow without batting an eyelid. "Cough." Li Tianlan coughed and stiffly changed the topic. "Why are you here? Experience college life?" At the mention of this, Li Beitian suddenly became excited. His eyebrows danced, and the expression on his skinny, skeleton-like face was so wonderful that he even forgot about Li Tianlan swallowing. He chuckled and said, "Brother Tough has a cousin who goes to school here. He's an honest guy. He said he wanted to introduce me to a pink girl. It's said that she's the campus belle of Huading University. He's waiting for me to harvest her." Let me tell you, Tianlan, although Huading University is not ranked at the top in Zhongzhou State, in terms of the quality of girls, it is definitely one of the top universities. Have you heard that the beauties of Huading University are talented and poetic? Not to mention the quality of the campus belle of Huading University. Li Tianlan shook his head subconsciously. He had never heard that the beauties of Huading University were talented and poetic, nor did he feel it. From the border to Huading and the Sky Academy, Li Tianlan really felt like he was in a cluster of flowers. Qin Weibai, Wang Yuetong, Qin Ku, Flaming Fire, Yu Qingyin, the enchantress of the Wang family of Beihai, and even Lu Dongyu were all beauties with their own characteristics. They dazzled him. Now, standing at the gate of Huading University and watching beautiful or ordinary women walk past him, Li Tianlan had an illusion that he had finally come from the immortal world to the mortal world. The feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women was not bad, but it was not as vivid as this kind of scene in front of him. Li Tianlan took out a cigarette and handed it to Li Beitian and Ning Qiansheng. He smiled and said, "Let's go and see the beautiful girl waiting for you to harvest. It's almost time. Let's go. I'll take you there." Li Beitian laughed and took a drag. He looked at the cigarette in his hand and said, "This cigarette is good. I've seen my senior brother smoke it. It's a specialty of the Wang family of Beihai. Yuedong gave it to you, right?" "No." Li Tianlan's smile froze slightly. He shook his head and said in a flat tone, "This guy is always carefree. He doesn't know how to read people's expressions. Just ignore him." Ning Qiansheng walked beside Li Tianlan and asked softly, "We met with Yuedong yesterday. She was in a bad mood. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Li Tianlan was silent for a while and said softly, "We're even now. We don't owe each other anything." "We don't owe each other anything?" Li Beitian also turned around and frowned. What does that mean? In his and Ning Qiansheng's private speculation, Li Tianlan, who had the wind and thunder veins, should be one of the people the Wang family of Beihai was trying to win over. Perhaps Li Tianlan, whose realm was low now, was not important enough for the Wang family of Beihai to use their little princess to win him over. But if Wang Yuedong was interested, it would be a different story. If Wang Yuedong was really with Li Tianlan, who had the wind and thunder veins and could enter the invincible realm as long as she grew up, no one could say that she was wronged. But now Li Tianlan said that they didn't owe each other anything. What happened when they were alone yesterday? Nothing, Li Tianlan said slowly. I've paid back what I owed her. It's better to owe less to the Wang family of Beihai. It's best that we don't have much to do in the future. Ning Qiansheng and Li Beitian looked at each other. No wonder Wang Yuedong looked a little strange yesterday. It seemed that the two had a falling out. It was totally inexplicable. Are you serious? Li Beitian looked at Li Tianlan and asked, Wang Yuetong will be with us later. How will you face her then? Have you thought about it? Li Tianlan didn't say anything and walked forward silently. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it's not necessarily a bad thing to be with Wang Yuetong. The Wang family of Beihai is a big tree. It has stood in Zhongzhou State for hundreds of years and has never fallen out of the ranks of the top wealthy families. If you can be with Wang Yuetong, the resources of the Wang family of Beihai will definitely be inclined to you. At that time, you will have a father-in-law who is the #1 expert in Zhongzhou State. That's amazing. Li Tianlan smiled with emotion. It's true that you think so, but if Tianlan is really with Wang Yuetong, you can't expect Wang Yuetong to be completely on Tianlan's side. I'm afraid he will follow Wang Yuetong into the Wang family of Beihai. Ning Qiancheng said suddenly. He had mixed feelings about the fact that Li Tianlan and Wang Yuetong didn't know each other anything. Of course, he felt regretful, but also relieved. The Wang family of Beihai was a behemoth. Just thinking about it made people feel suffocated. A genius like Li Tianlan was indeed worthy of being roped in by them. But it wouldn't take much effort for such a wealthy family to swallow a genius whole. At least for now, it was not a bad thing for Li Tianlan to keep a distance from the Wang family of Beihai. They both have the wind and thunder veins. Li Beitian suddenly said after a moment of silence. Li Tianlan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. The three of them fell silent at the same time. If they continue to talk about Li Beitian, it would be a little heart-wrenching. Wang Tianzong of the Wang family of Beihai is the #1 expert in Zhongzhou State. What about Dongqing Huangtu? How does he compare to Wang Tianzong? Li Tianlan took a drag on a cigarette and asked all of a sudden. Who? Ning Qiansheng and Li Beitian asked at the same time. Dongqing Huangtu. Li Tianlan's tone was slightly heavier. When he said the name, there was a subtle feeling in his heart. It was the first time he heard the name from Qin Weibai's ears yesterday. But from Qin Weibai's tone, Li Tianlan felt more than just her terrifying combat strength that could be said to be invincible in the world. At that time, he could hear the pain and desolation in Qin Weibai's tone. That kind of emotion could not be concealed at all. Li Tianlan wouldn't be jealous of a dead person. Moreover, it was on the sofa last night that he took away Qin Weibai's most precious thing. But he didn't mind knowing more about the dead heavenly son. Therefore, when he mentioned the name Dongsheng Huangtu, Li Tianlan deliberately looked at Ning Qiansheng's expression. Dongsheng Wudi, the commander of the Border Praetorian Corps, was the current patriarch of the Dongsheng clan, and Ning Qiansheng was his confidant. Therefore, he should know more about the Dongsheng clan, which occupied the Zhongyuan province, than anyone else. Dongsheng Huangtu? Ning Qiansheng murmured and looked at Li Beitian. Then he asked with a blank face, Who is Dongsheng Huangtu? I've never heard of him. Li Beitian said straightforwardly, Is there such a person in the Dongsheng clan? You don't know Dongsheng Huangtu? Li Tianlan looked surprised. There's no such person in the Dongsheng clan. I'm sure of it. Ning Qiansheng shook his head. His tone was calm, and he didn't seem to be lying at all. I don't know much about the Dongsheng clan. But Tianlan, are you confused? Comparing Dongsheng Huangtu to Wang Tianzong? Who is Wang Tianzong? The #1 expert in Zhongzhou State, known as the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State. The Dongsheng clan is indeed an outstanding family, but in terms of combat strength, they don't have a single invincible realm expert. How can they compare with Wang Tianzong? Li Beitian looked at Li Tianlan strangely. What did you hear about this person? The name is quite domineering. Li Tianlan remained silent. He believed that Qin Weibai wouldn't lie to him, and there was no need for her to lie to him. But now, Ning Qiansheng and Li Beitian both said that they had never heard of this person. That could only mean that everything about this person had been deliberately erased. Why was that? Now, even the treason of his father, Li Kuangtu, could be brought up by Gu Yunxia. Why was the matter of Dongsheng Huangtu hidden so deeply? Even Ning Qiansheng and Li Beitian, the core members of the younger generation, didn't know about it. Moreover, Dongsheng Huangtu couldn't have been dead for too long. According to Qin Weibai's age, when he was at his peak, Li Beitian and Ning Qiansheng should have been at least adults or close to adulthood. With their status, how could they not know anything about Dongsheng Huangtu? I heard someone mention it casually. I don't know much about it, Li Tianlan said with a smile. He wanted to show them Dongsheng Huangtu's battle record, but everything about this person seemed to have become a taboo in Zhongzhou State. In that case, it was better not to say it. The three of them came to a 4-story building in the inner part of Huaxia University. Li Beitian pointed at the sign in front of him and said with a smile, "This is it." Li Tianlan looked up and glanced at the sign. He nodded and said nothing. The cyan building in front of them looked a little old. The walls were even covered with vines. The building was surrounded by gall, sycamore trees. Against the backdrop of the trees and vines, the place looked very quiet. Even the signboard of the Leisure Sports Club hanging in front of the building looked a little distant. The interior of the building was a different world. The 4 floors of the building were well organized. Basketball, table tennis, and badminton were all on the first floor. The second floor was a small but exquisite bowling court. The third floor was for billiards, which was also the most popular place in the club. The fourth floor was for regular fitness equipment and yoga rooms. Li Tianlan and the two of them went all the way up to the third floor. Li Tianlan, who would instinctively observe his surroundings no matter where he went, found that the entire third floor was quiet. The dozens of billiards tables were empty. There was only a young man who looked a little handsome, and he was wiping the cue stick in boredom. Business isn't good, Li Tianlan muttered to himself. Business is very good, but we've booked the whole place. Ning Qiansheng smiled and directly called out to the young man who was wiping the cue stick not far away. "Hold on, let me introduce you to a friend." The young man who was wiping the cue looked up and walked over with the cue stick in his hand. There was a rare purity in his smile. "Tianlan, this is my cousin, Zhang Holong. He's also the owner of this club." Ning Qiansheng introduced him matter-of-factly. "Holong, this is my brother, Li Tianlan. We slept together in the Sky Academy." "Hello." Li Tianlan took the initiative to extend his hand and smiled. Good. Zhang Holong held Li Tianlan's hand tightly and smiled naturally. "Brotherly, don't stand on ceremony. Just do whatever you want in Huaxia University. I can definitely cover for you." Brother Beitian said yesterday that he was coming to Huaxia University to get a bunch of female friends. "I think he'll be here soon. There are many beautiful girls in Huaxia University. Brotherly, if there's one you like, just let me know, and I'll be there at your beck and call." Little throat, don't pretend to be pretentious. You've learned bad things from your cousin. Call him over first. If I'm not satisfied, tonight's activities will be arranged by you. Li Beitian pulled Zhang Holong into his arms like he was a close friend and laughed. "Little throat, my ass." Zhang Holong, who was particularly unhappy with this nickname, muttered. He looked at the time and said, "You guys play first. I'll make a call and set up this time. I think I'll be here soon. Do whatever you want." Li Beitian waved his hand indifferently. He picked up a cue nearby and prepared to start the game. "Tianlan, come play around with me." "I won't," Li Tianlan said carelessly. "I'm not interested either. You play with Qiansheng, I'll watch." "I say, you really need to get in touch with things that young people should get in touch with. Watch carefully, you'll play the next round." Li Beitian laughed. Before he finished speaking, an obedient and quiet voice suddenly sounded. "Hold on, why did you call me?" Everyone present turned their heads almost at the same time. In their line of sight, a girl who looked to be 17 or 18 years old walked up the stairs. The girl was about 165 meters tall, She was a little petite, but extremely beautiful and exquisite. She walked up to them with light steps. Under her long eyelashes, her beautiful eyes blinked. She was as cute as the most expensive doll, and the most impressive thing about her was her voice. It was a delicate child's voice, which sounded very pleasing to the ear. A girl like this simply found the perfect balance between a Lolita and a young girl. She exuded a very strange charm from head to toe. It's poetic, very poetic. Li Beitian glanced at the girl and kept muttering to himself. Li Tianlan also glanced at her. He didn't see anything poetic in her. He just thought that the girl was indeed beautiful. She might not be as beautiful as Qin Weibai or Wang Yuetong, but in Huaxia University, she deserved to be the campus belle. Different from the short skirts and black stockings outside, the girl's jeans, canvas shoes, and cartoon sweater made her look very simple and refreshing. She stood there quietly, but she had a gentle and pleasant temperament. Was such a beautiful girl going to be harvested by Li Beitian? Li Tianlan shook his head. It was simply a waste of a good thing. Ahaha, Xinyan is here. I was just about to ask you when you would arrive. Zhang Holong, who was on the phone with his head down, looked up. An unnatural awkwardness flashed across his face. Li Beitian didn't notice it. He held the cue and was about to harvest the girl. Zhang Holong's body trembled slightly. He quickly stopped him and whispered with a smile, "My dear brother, don't rush. We don't know what's going on with this girl. I'll talk to her first. Make a handsome pose. I'm here, so don't worry." Li Beitian coughed dryly and nodded, pretending to be calm. He bent down and made a pose with a face full of concentration. "Xinyan, I have something to tell you. Let's talk somewhere else." Zhang Holong smiled awkwardly. He seemed to have a good relationship with the girl. He took her by the arm and walked to the other side. More than 10 meters away from them, Zhang Holong lowered his voice and said a few words. The girl named Xinyan turned her head and glanced at Li Beitian. She raised her eyebrows slightly. She looked like a very well-behaved girl, but as she raised her eyebrows, there was a sharp and awe-inspiring aura all over her body. But Li Beitian didn't notice it. He kept his pose with a face full of concentration. Zhang Holong said something again. So, the girl's delicate voice sounded. At the same time, she glanced at Li Beitian again. Li Beitian continued to focus. So, Zhang Holong's increasingly embarrassed voice sounded, and he immediately lowered it. Li Tianlan watched all this with interest. He always felt that things were not so simple. As a result, he saw the girl smile sweetly, like a blooming flower. Li Tianlan was slightly stunned. The next second, the girl grabbed the cue from Zhang Holong's hand and smashed it hard on Zhang Holong's head. She shouted, "Bastard Zhang Holong, I treat you as a friend. How dare you let your friend F***CK me? Do you have any humanity? Scum, bastard, despicable, nasty." Zhang Holong screamed. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. The girl began to chase after him with the cue. Her voice was so delicate that it could make one's imagination run wild. "Stop! Run? How dare you run? Bastard, if you dare to take one more step, I'll find a group of people to trample your D***CK. Do you believe it or not?" Li Tianlan and Ning Qiansheng were dumbfounded. Li Beitian, who maintained a handsome posture with a focused face, shook his hand and poked the cue directly on the white ball. It was really a good shot. The white ball directly bounced off the table and flew out of the table. As if it had eyes, it smashed hard on Zhang Holong's head. Zhang Holong screamed again and fell to the ground on his back. Before he could struggle to get up, he was knocked down again by the girl behind him. Zhang Holong, who had a bitter expression on his face, simply stopped struggling. He just hugged his head and curled up his body, screaming, "Li Beitian! Han Xinyan! F***CKU. P.S. Student Zhang Holong's cameo can be taken away. Brothers who need cameos can join the new book group, 6705-48567. I'll remember every cameo and make an appearance at the right time. Chapter 51. The change of style was too fast. No one expected that the girl who looked quiet and well-behaved could be so wild and unrestrained in an instant. Not only Li Tianlan, but also Ning Qiansheng and Li Beitian were shocked. They didn't come to harvest a girl, but to be harvested by a girl. Li Tianlan held a cigarette and sat motionless on the billiard table. For a moment, he couldn't react at all. Li Beitian kept the posture of hitting the ball and seemed to be completely dumbfounded. Han Xinyan, who looked well-behaved and quiet, but was actually quite like a wild girlfriend, seemed to be still angry. Before Zhang Holong got up, she held the cue and was about to give him a few more hard blows. Zhang Holong, who had given up struggling, suddenly struggled like a pig being slaughtered when he saw this posture. He rolled and crawled out of the range of Han Xinyan's cudgel and cried out in exasperation. Han Xinyan, are you serious? What do you mean serious? Han Xinyan rushed forward with the cue. How dare you F***CK my grandpa? You want a friend to F***CK me? How dare you? Well, Zhang Holong, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become so awesome. Why are you so awesome? Why are you so awesome? Do you know something? Why are you so awesome? Chickens were flying and dogs were jumping. Chicken feathers were everywhere. There were only a few people on the third floor, which was a little quiet, but it suddenly became very lively. Zhang Holong was dodging in a panic. Han Xinyan was holding a cue, Li Beitian was confused, and Ning Qiansheng and Li Tianlan were stunned. Such a scene was so beautiful that it could not be any more beautiful than that. The chase lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Nearly half of the area on the third floor was in a mess. Billiard balls of various colors rolled everywhere. Han Xinyan, who was waving the cue randomly, finally ran out of strength and threw the cue to the ground. She was still angry and said bitterly, "Bastard." Zhang Holong, who had been beaten but never fought back, took out a bottle of water from the bar and threw it to Han Xinyan with a bitter smile. He said helplessly, "I'm doing this for both of us. Xinyan, don't be angry. Let me tell you, these three are all first-class men. They are steady and reliable. Their characters and talents are top-notch. Don't you like Mount Shu very much? Beitian is from Shu Mountain. What are you dissatisfied with? I like the swords of Shushan, not the people of Shushan. What do you mean, you bastard? Do you want a friend to F***CK me?" Han Xinyan widened her watery eyes and said angrily, "Are you asking for a beating? This is for your own good." Zhang Holong felt a headache coming on. "Look, Xinyan, as long as you find a boyfriend, my mom won't have to stare at you all the time and want you to be her daughter-in-law. Moreover, the person I found for you is absolutely reliable, absolutely reliable. Yo, you're pretty smart. How did you come up with such a good idea? I didn't realize it before. Do you have any good ideas? Tell me about it." As Han Xinyan spoke, she took out another cue and smiled sweetly. Look for him. At this critical moment, Zhang Holong really did not care about loyalty at all. He directly pointed at Li Beitian and said, "This is my cousin's brother and also my elder brother, Li Beitian, the great void sword master of Mount Shu. He said he was here to get a girl. Ah, to get a girlfriend, and the best one. I had no choice but to find you. It just so happens that you also like Mount Shu." Li Beitian shivered all over. Before he could scold Zhang Holong for being immoral, Han Xinyan had rushed over with the cue in her hand. "You want to get a girl, right? Great void sword master, right? Come on, I'm right here. You can get a girl." Li Beitian's reaction was exactly the same as Zhang Holong's. He covered his head and fled like a rat, howling, "That guy didn't say it was you. I was tricked. Damn, little throat dares to trick me. Wait and see." Li Tianlan subconsciously lit another cigarette. Looking at the farce in front of him, he said helplessly, "Beitian knows her. I haven't seen her, but I should have heard of her." Ning Qiansheng smiled and sat down beside Li Tianlan. He watched the scene in front of him with relish. He raised his chin and nodded at Han Xinyan, whispering, "Her father is Han Donglu." "Who is Han Donglu?" Li Tianlan looked curious. He knew Zhang Holong, but he had never heard of Han Donglu and Han Xinyan. Most of the information Qin Weibai showed him yesterday was about the people inside the Sky Academy. Very few people were involved in the outside world. Zhang Holong, or the Zhang family, was highlighted by Qin Weibai because of his relationship with Ning Qiansheng, the Zhang family of Huading. Nowadays, Huading was full of undercurrents and wealthy families, but the Zhang family was definitely one of the most powerful wealthy families in Huading and an important part of the Southeast Group. 5 years ago, the Southeast Group headed by the Wang family of Beihai suffered a major setback. Huading, which they had always regarded as their back garden, was lost and occupied by the Prince Group. The symbolic event was the early retirement of the Zhang family. The early retirement of the old man meant that the Southeast Group had directly lost the absolute initiative in Huading. Although the old man of the Zhang family had retired, his influence in Huading had not been eliminated. His descendants had also advanced further in their official careers because of the old man's retirement, and even had a huge room for improvement. Zhang Holong was the heir of the Zhang family in Huading. His father was a senior political official, and his mother was Ning Qinqing's aunt, Ning Sini, the vice president of Huading University, the dean of the business school, and a famous economist in Zhongzhou State. When Li Tianlan heard about the Zhang family yesterday, he didn't feel anything, but he didn't expect to meet the heir of the Zhang family only one day later. While sighing about fate, he listened to the conversation between Zhang Holong and Han Xinyan. The Zhang family seemed to want to matchmake Han Xinyan and Zhang Holong, but neither of them seemed to feel anything. That was why today's farce happened. Han Xinyan, Han Donglu. Li Tianlan thought about it carefully and confirmed that the names of these two people were not on yesterday's information. But from Ning Qinqing's tone and Han Xinyan's attitude, he knew that the Han family was probably not weaker than the Zhang family. Ning Qinqing glanced at Li Tianlan and said in a strange tone, "You should have heard of the Flourishing Age Fund, right?" Han Donglu is the founder of the Flourishing Age Fund. "I haven't heard of it. Tell me in detail." Li Tianlan took a drag and said with a smile. The real wealthy families in Huading were still far away from him, but it seemed good to have a taste of them in advance. "I don't know much either." Ning Qinqing shook his head. Han Donglu can be said to be the biggest financial tycoon in Zhongzhou State. He has set off several international financial storms. The liquidity he controls is extremely terrifying. Conservatively speaking, Han Donglu can at least directly or indirectly influence the flow of trillions of funds. He is a real financial tycoon. The financial crisis of several countries in Southeast Asia a few years ago seemed to be led by the Flourishing Age Fund. Not only in Huading, but also in the entire Zhongzhou State, Han Donglu has a strong influence. Indeed, Li Tianlan laughed softly. The cruelty of the currency war is even more painful than the real war. However, although Han Donglu is internationally notorious, he is a famous philanthropist in Zhongzhou State. He is kind and generous, and has close contacts with the important figures of the six groups in Zhongzhou State. But he doesn't take a clear side. He is considered a neutral wealthy family. Based on this alone, Han Donglu is unfathomable. Ning Qinqing's tone was filled with sincere admiration. It was not difficult to be neutral among the six groups in Zhongzhou State. It was also not difficult to be a wealthy family. But to be a neutral wealthy family was as difficult as ascending to heaven. The fact that Han Donglu could make it to this point without taking a clear side showed how terrifying the network of relationships under his financial empire was. Li Tianlan did not speak. He smoked thoughtfully. The unique sound of high-heeled shoes stepping on the steps rang from below and went up. Wang Yuetong's figure walked up to the third floor and stopped at the stairway. The space on the third floor was still lively. Han Xinyan seemed to have recovered her strength. She chased after Li Beitian with a cue. Zhang Holong also seemed to be involved and fled like a rat with Li Beitian. But Wang Yuetong turned a blind eye to everything in front of her. She just looked at Li Tianlan, who was sitting on the table and smoking, with a resentful and aggrieved look in her eyes. "Yuetong, here you are." Ning Qinqing took the initiative to greet her. There was a trace of undisguised amazement in his eyes. Today, the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai seemed to have put on light makeup. Her originally beautiful little face looked even more attractive. She wore high-heeled shoes, black tights that could show off her figure, a white shirt, and long hair loose. She looked simple and elegant. She stood in front of the stairs and did not move. She just looked at Li Tianlan in silence, her eyes deep. This scene was really a little delicate and touching. Li Tianlan sighed softly. Ning Qinxing might not feel anything about Wang Yuedong's outfit, but how could he not? This outfit was almost a copy of Qin Weibai's yesterday. Wang Yuedong might not have Qin Weibai's calmness and magnanimity in her coldness, but her slightly mature and simple dress also added a little bit of youthful charm to her whole person. She was naturally beautiful, but he could not figure out why Wang Yuedong deliberately competed with Qin Weibai. Thinking of Yudong words, he suddenly had a headache. Did I really overreach myself? He really did not mean to play hard to get. In this situation, Li Tianlan, a virgin who had just lost his virginity last night, really had no way to deal with it. I'll go and mediate. Ning Qinxing was not stupid. He naturally felt the subtle atmosphere between Li Tianlan and Wang Yuetong. He coughed, turned around, and directly slipped away. Li Tianlan sat quietly where he was and smoked, without saying a word. Wang Yuetong looked at him for a while and bit her lip. But she still walked up to him and said softly, "Senior brother." Li Tianlan glanced at her and nodded, but did not know what to say. The relationship between the two seemed to be a little awkward. How's your injury?" Wang Yuetong said softly. "I brought a few kinds of medicine and some medicinal materials. They're in the car. I'll give them to you later." "No need." Li Tianlan shook his head and looked at Wang Yuetong. He deliberately said in a more polite tone, "My injury has healed, thank you." Wang Yuetong wrinkled her nose, and her eyes became more and more resentful. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying hard to suppress her inner emotions. She said in a trembling voice, "I don't like you to say thank you." "Thank you." Li Tianlan was silent for a long time, but still said softly. Wang Yuetong did not speak anymore. She just looked at Li Tianlan with stubborn eyes. Li Tianlan took a big drag on the cigarette, and then lit another one after he finished it. It was hard to describe his feelings in this kind of resentful and stubborn eyes. He really wanted to tell Wang Yuetong his identity. He really wanted to tell her that it was the best result that they owed each other nothing. He really wanted to tell her that he could not join the Wang family of Beihai. He really wanted to, but he could only think about it. Li Tianlan admitted that he could not bear the possible consequences if he said it. The cigarette was about to burn out. Li Tianlan's calm face also became cold. He suddenly got up, avoided Wang Yuetong, and said flatly, "Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom." He nodded and directly turned around. Behind him, Wang Yuetong grabbed his arm. Her hand was delicate and slender, but she pulled Li Tianlan's arm very hard. Her voice with a sobbing tone sounded behind him. It was soft and weak, but every word hurt his heart. Chapter 52. In fact, Li Tianlan didn't understand at all. It didn't matter whether he was playing hard to get or not. As the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai, Wang Yuedong had never been treated like this in her 20 years of life. That was the most important thing. She really appreciated the man who seemed to be full of mysteries. The man who looked quiet but had the wind and thunder veins and the aura of a heavenly sun. The man who never seemed to be arrogant or rash and would stand in front of her when she was in danger and fight desperately. The man who seemed to do everything directly and indifferently, even if it was to cut off the relationship between them. Wang Yuedong didn't know what was going on. It seemed that she just met with second uncle. Why did everything become like this? Just because of Qin Weibai? Wang Yuedong didn't believe it. Because if it was Qin Weibai, Li Tianlan's relationship with second uncle would at most be a little stiff, but he wouldn't break up with her. She didn't understand why Li Tianlan treated her like this, and she didn't want to accept the statement that Li Tianlan fought desperately for her just to return her favor. After lunch at Yu's, Wang Yuedong was in a trance for most of the day yesterday. Her mind was full of Li Tianlan's determination and straightforwardness when he turned around, the coldness and alienation in his calm expression, the madness and overbearingness when he held the sword and raised the burning fire, and the tenderness and passion when he looked at Qin Weibai. All kinds of Li Tianlan repeatedly appeared in her mind, but as he turned around on the road, all of them seemed to have nothing to do with her. Grievance, sadness, confusion, resentment, unwillingness, and appreciation for Li Tianlan. In a short period of time, Wang Yuedong's heart had accumulated so many complex emotions that she could not even describe them. With such complex feelings gathered together, she even had the idea of snatching Li Tianlan away from Qinwei by at all costs. Wang Yuedong knew that her state was not right. She was the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai. She should be proud, reserved, and indifferent to the pursuit of a large number of young talents. But self-hypnosis, over and over again, couldn't change her inner thoughts at all, especially after seeing Li Tianlan. Her intuition kept telling her that she should go crazy for once. At least, she couldn't break up with this man so inexplicably. So at the moment when Li Tianlan was about to get up and leave with a distant face, Wang Yuetong took the initiative to reach out and grab his arm. Her voice was trembling so much that it sounded a little shrill. Her tone contained a trace of grievance and bitterness that made people's hearts tremble. The entire third floor seemed to have quietened down. Li Beitian and Zhang Holong stopped running. Han Xinyan gave up chasing him. Ning Qiansheng, who was still a distance away from the battlefield, also stopped and turned around. In their eyes, Wang Yuedong was holding Li Tianlan's arm with both hands, looking like a pitiful little girl who had just quarreled with her boyfriend but didn't want him to leave. She looked so pitiful. Li Tianlan stood there stiffly, silent. They were dumbfounded. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't react in time. The pitiful girl in front of him was the little princess of the top aristocratic family in Zhongzhou State. What was going on? What the hell happened yesterday? Li Beitian looked at all this with dull eyes and murmured to himself. This was a F***king harvest of the highest quality. How many people had seen the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai like this? How the F***ck did she do it? Who is this person? Han Xinyan asked, holding the cue tightly. Of course, she wasn't asking about Wang Yuedong. Although the Han family in Huading was a new aristocratic family, the Flourishing Age Fund was extremely powerful. A few years ago, when the Flourishing Age Fund shorted the Japanese yen, it took the lead, and all the major genes in the world followed. In just a few months, trillions of capital poured into the financial market of East Island State. The financial order of the entire East Island State was almost completely broken. While the Flourishing Age Fund made a lot of money, several countries in Southeast Asia were trembling with fear and even couldn't sleep at night. Behind this incident, in fact, was a cooperation between the Wang family of Beihai and the Flourishing Age Fund at the same time. At that time, Wang Tianzong, the #1 expert in Zhongzhou State, who was known as Sword Emperor, went to Huading to have a secret talk with Han Donglu. Han Xinyan, the only daughter of Han Donglu, was also there. Wang Yuedong and several other young talents of the Wang family of Beihai were also there. In just a few days, she might not be able to establish a deep personal relationship with Wang Yuedong, but it was not difficult to get familiar with her at all. Li Tianlan, my brother. Ning Qiansheng and Li Beitian said in unison. He's also my brother. Zhang Holong followed and said weakly. Even your reaction is half a beat slower than others. You're so stupid. Han Xinyan wrinkled her delicate little nose and snorted. Zhang Holong smiled bitterly and continued to watch the show. Even though his grandfather had retired, he was still an important figure in the Southeast group. Therefore, compared with Han Xinyan, his relationship with Wang Yuedong was obviously much deeper. The two could even be said to be real friends, the kind that was related to each other as cousins. In the past, Zhang Holong had seen Wang Yuedong's cold, arrogant, and reserved appearance. Now that he saw the pitiful little princess of the Wang family of Beihai, he only felt that it was an eye-opener. He even wanted to go to the merchandise area to get 2 bags of melon seeds to eat while watching the show. But when he thought of the consequences of being discovered by Wang Yuedong, he thought about it and finally did not move. But in fact, Wang Yuedong did not look at him at all. At this moment, in the vast space on the 3rd floor, Wang Yuedong only had eyes for Li Tianlan. Before Li Tianlan's answer and explanation, she clenched her fists again and called out aggrievedly, "Senior brother." Li Tianlan did not move. Wang Yuetong bit her lip and let go of her hand. She walked quickly to Li Tianlan and said, "Look at me." Li Tianlan looked at her quietly. In his sight, there was indeed a flawless and delicate face. Her eyes were crystal clear, and Li Tianlan could still see his own shadow in her eyes. It was so clear, but it seemed so far away. Li Tianlan suddenly smiled and whispered, "I have a girlfriend. You saw her yesterday, right? I'm not going to be your girlfriend." Wang Yuetong bit her lip and said, "Senior brother, can't we even be good friends? Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Not to be a girlfriend, but to be a good friend." This sentence was really an invincible position. Li Tianlan did not know Wang Yuetong's psychological state. At this moment, perhaps even Wang Yuetong herself did not know what she was thinking, let alone Li Tianlan, who did not know Wang Yuetong's psychological state. They had not been together for a long time, but they had gone through life and death together. It was not an exaggeration to repay him for saving her life. When a woman fell in love with a man, even if it was not love at first sight, a moment of affection was enough to be unforgettable. Yesterday, in the sky full of fire and broken ice, Wang Yuetong did have an affection, but she was not sure what it meant. Good friends. When such a position came out of her mouth, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Good friends. There were too many possibilities in such a position. She did not want to and did not intend to think about the future. Now she just wanted to know what was happening in front of her. "You're right," Li Tianlan said in a calm tone. "It's my fault. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear sorry." Wang Yuetong interrupted Li Tianlan in a domineering way. It seemed that she did not want Li Tianlan to go on, so she said quickly, "Senior brother, I prepared some medicine and herbs for you in the car. I'll go get them now." While speaking, she trotted all the way downstairs. Her swaying figure, accompanied by the crisp sound of high-heeled shoes, was getting farther and farther away. When her figure completely disappeared, Li Tianlan breathed a long sigh of relief and turned to look at the people who were watching the show. Li Beitian and the others suddenly came to their senses. Han Xinyan's acting was clumsy. She picked up the cue and was about to continue the drama of chasing and killing to prove her innocence. Zhang Holong and Li Beitian also opened their mouths, as if they were going to continue screaming. Li Tianlan said calmly before they could scream, "I'll go downstairs." His figure also quickly went downstairs, chasing after Wang Yuetong. Li Beitian and the others looked at each other. After a little hesitation, Zhang Holong did not give up gossiping, so he tentatively said, "Shall we go down and have a look?" "Look your ass. Aren't you afraid that Wang Yuetong will kill you if she finds out? Haven't you seen enough just now? Come on, get 2 bags of melon seeds. Let's talk while eating and reminisce." Han Xinyan casually slapped Zhang Holong on the head and said, "She looked so well-behaved, but her every move was full of manliness." Not to mention how Zhang Holong, the direct victim, felt Xinyan's domineering attitude made Li Beitian, who had been beaten for a long time, and Ning Qiansheng, who had watched 2 good dramas in a row, the first to be unable to stand it. "I'll go with you." The corner of Li Beitian's mouth twitched. He put his arm around Zhang Holong's neck, lowered his voice, and gnashed his teeth. "Little throat, is this the pink and well-behaved campus belle you introduced to me? F*CKU. If I don't rip you off tonight, believe it or not, my surname is not Li." Behind them, Han Xinyan watched Li Beitian and Zhang Holong walk away with their arms around each other's shoulders. She narrowed her watery eyes and muttered to herself, "Nothing good can happen when these two get together. Don't tell me they still want to F*CK me?" She glanced at Ning Qiansheng and suddenly said, "Do you think they still haven't given up? Especially that Li Beitian." He's shifty-eyed and wretched. Ning Qiansheng's body trembled slightly. Without hesitation, he said, "No, you think too much." Wang Yuetong's car was parked at the entrance of the club. In order to stop Li Tianlan from talking, she hurried downstairs and went directly to the side of the car. From the car, she took out a large rectangular box with a thickness of more than 10 centimeters and a length of about half a meter. Wang Yuetong weighed the box and nodded with satisfaction. But before a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, her expression suddenly froze. Li Tianlan, who had followed her downstairs, stood in front of her and looked at her quietly. There was no emotion in his eyes. Wang Yuedong's heart sank slightly. She lowered her head and took a few steps forward. She held the box and was about to give it to Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan did not take it. He just said softly, "My injury is healed. You cannot see it, can you?" Wang Yuedong just insisted on holding the box and handing it to Li Tianlan. It could be said that this was the first time in her life that she had given a gift to a man. She felt extremely embarrassed, and Li Tianlan's reaction made her feel even more aggrieved. She cupped the box in her hand toward Li Tianlan. Her fingers became a little pale because she used too much force. She lowered her head even more and whispered, "Can't we even be good friends? I just don't need it anymore." Li Tianlan shook his head and did not know what to say. "You do need it. There are many healing medicines and things that can temporarily improve your combat effectiveness. You can use them all. Bring them back to the Sky Academy, and they can help you build up enough credits faster." Wang Yuetong looked up at Li Tianlan and said with the box in her arms, "This is the limit of what I can collect. But in 2 days, my father and my brother will also come to Huading. At that time, I will ask them for some more and give them to you, okay? Your father and your brother are coming to Huading?" Li Tianlan was a little surprised. One was the #1 expert in Zhongzhou State, the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State. The other was the young heavenly son in everyone's eyes, Wang Tianzong, Wang Shengxiao. At the thought of these two people, Li Tianlan had mixed feelings. My brother is about to break through the fire-flaming realm and enter the thunder-shocking realm. My father said that he would take him to the desert in Beijiang and then come to Huading. Wang Yuetong said honestly. She hesitated a little and whispered, "And my father wants to see you." Li Tianlan only felt that his hair all over his body was standing on end. "Wang Tianzong wants to see me? What the hell?" This was almost the last thing he wanted to see now. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "His Highness Sword Emperor is busy every day. It's a waste of time to see me. I'm just a nobody. It's better not to see me." He nodded to Wang Yuetong. He said politely, "Thank you for your things, but I really don't need them now. Put them away." He turned around and left. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and went straight to the door of the club. "Li Tianlan." Wang Yuetong's almost screaming voice sounded behind him. The sun was shining brightly. Under the mottled shadows of the trees, the girl's voice was helpless and sad. Her emotions seemed to be completely out of control, and her face was covered with tears. She held the box in one hand and wiped her tears with the other. She sobbed softly and said, "Do I make you hate me so much? Why do you want to be even with me? I just want you to own me. You saved me yesterday, but it doesn't count. If you treat me like this, I'd rather die. It doesn't count. Do you hear me? You still owe me. I'll make you owe me for the rest of your life." Li Tianlan stopped walking up the steps. He didn't look back, but said in a cold tone, "Then I owe you." Chapter 53. Because of the awkward relationship between Li Tianlan and Wang Yuetong, they could not enjoy themselves to the fullest in the afternoon. Li Beitian himself had little interest in billiards. When he came to Huaxia University, he had been tricked into coming here to collect a girl's heart. In the end, the quality of the girl's heart was top-notch. But forget about being picked. He was chased around by Han Xinyan with a cue in her hand. He couldn't even tell which way was north or south. After learning about Han Xinyan's identity, Li Beitian completely gave up on the idea of harvesting her. In his own words, it was better to find a girl with a simple background to pick up a girl's girlfriend. This was especially true when it came to dating. Otherwise, a small matter between a man and a woman might turn into a collision between two forces. Blood would flow like a river, and that would be a sin. With his thoughts gone, Li Beitian was not in high spirits. He spent the whole afternoon just killing time. Ning Qiansheng spent most of his time paying attention to Li Tianlan and Wang Yuetong. Obviously, he did not know whether it would be good or bad for them to be in such a state. In this respect, Li Beitian's criteria for choosing a partner were very reasonable. Li Tianlan and Wang Yuetong could not be friends, and in the end, it would become a sin. The so-called ill-fated relationship was nothing more than this. Ning Qiansheng knew that his worries were unnecessary, but he could not help but worry. Han Sinyan had long been tired of playing in this shabby place, and there was nothing new about it. In addition, because of the first impression, she always felt that Li Beitian was a little shifty-eyed and extremely wretched. She did not pick up the cue to vent her anger again, purely for the sake of the two big brands of Mount Shu and Sky Academy. Zhang Holong was on tenterhooks. He really wanted to watch the show, but he was also afraid that Wang Yuedong would come after him. In his mind, the Wang family of Beihai was nothing to be afraid of. After all, they were all on the same side. However, Wang Yuedong's reputation as the siren was definitely not an undeserved one. If she really had a grudge against him, he, the eldest young Master Zhang, would definitely be in serious trouble in the future. So for the whole afternoon, Zhang Holong's eyes kept flickering, hiding and sneaking glances at Li Tianlan and Wang Yuedong from time to time, feeling that it was damn exciting. Wang Yuedong and Li Tianlan, on the other hand, seemed to have calmed down. They went downstairs one after another, both empty-handed. But when they came back, they ignored each other as if they didn't know each other. Instead, they talked and laughed with others. This seemingly normal behavior became the most abnormal factor in this small group. In addition, everyone had their own thoughts. After the whole afternoon, everyone was muddle-headed. Dinner was settled at the club. As the host, Zhang Holong said that he had already booked a private room at the Black Club and invited everyone to have some fun. The Black Club might not be as high-end as the garden party, but the threshold was not low either. It was just that the main customers were some young people and the atmosphere was good. It was said that the young men and women in the club were very open. It was called the Black Club. Zhang Holong didn't know whether it was black or not, but the word sex was the real essence of the club. Li Beitian said that he would not go there. He just said that any bar would be good. He liked women, but in some ways, he was like Ning Qiansheng. He didn't like to get in touch with all kinds of complicated circles. His motto was that a girl and a sword were indispensable, and a girl came before a sword. But when it came to harvesting a girl, he was extremely unwilling to get involved with some other messy forces. Moreover, there were many so-called daughters of famous families who kept their chastity as pure as Wang Yuedong. But there were also many who had messy private lives. Li Beitian was harvesting a girl, so the fairer the better. If he met a girl who was reserved on the surface and acted like a girl who was inlaid with gold and jade on the surface, but turned out to be a skilled veteran in bed, it would be really difficult to decide whether to have sex with her or not. And whether to have sex with her or not, it would be very unappetizing. Li Beitian preferred to go to places that were of a higher class, but were open to the public. There were many talented and naive young girls in Shushan. Li Beitian rarely ate the grass near his nest, but after so many years, he was tired of looking at them. Instead, it was those young and mature women who had received higher education, who were intellectual and refined, that were the most lethal to him. Those entertainment places that were relatively clean and did not have a foul atmosphere were the best places to harvest in his eyes. Zhang Holong looked at their reactions. Ning Qiansheng and Han Sinyan didn't care about this kind of place. Wang Yuedong was still in a cold war with Li Tianlan. Li Beitian, the only one who expressed his opinion, was directly regarded by Zhang Holong as a collective opinion. He nodded and said with a smile, "Then let's go to Hengshan Road. We don't need to set a location. Shall we set off now? Then let's go." Li Beitian stood up and was in high spirits. Li Tianlan hesitated and wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Li Beitian, who was looking at everyone's reaction, suddenly froze and asked in confusion, "Tianlan, do you have other arrangements?" "No, I'm free today," Li Tianlan said with a smile. He really planned to go home. How could he sit still when he thought that there was a beautiful woman waiting for him at home? Maybe when he went back, he could have a deep experience of Qin Wei Bai in a short skirt and black stockings. How could he sit still? Hengshan Road and Henghu Road were all floating clouds in his eyes. However, this was their first group action after the Sky Academy's holiday. No matter how anxious he was, it was not appropriate for him to leave now. It was good to follow the good advice and have some fun. Wang Yuedong, who deliberately sat next to Li Tianlan during the meal but didn't talk to him, stood up in silence and followed Li Tianlan downstairs. There were 6 people in the small group, but they drove 3 cars. Han Sinyan's car was a bright red sports car with a very flamboyant shape. Li Tianlan didn't know what brand it was, but he knew it was not cheap just by looking at the shape. First, Miss Han's obedience and gentleness were indeed just a facade. Perhaps savagery and queen style were hidden in her bones. She opened the door and sat in the car. She glanced at them and directly ordered, "Holong, get in my car and chat with me. I'm driving." Zhang Holong pointed to the silver Audi in front of him, a little reluctant. Han Sinyan didn't say anything and just sat in the car with a blank expression. Zhang Holong didn't last more than 2 seconds before he decisively admitted defeat. He handed the key to Ning Qiansheng and sat in the sports car obediently. Feeling the low seat of the sports car, he felt a pain in the balls. "Tut tut, you put an A7 on a good RS7. What do you mean? Little throat? You're just like your cousin. You're very pretentious." Li Beitian looked at the Audi in front of him and sighed. "It's none of my business. This guy deliberately put an A7 on it to make people disgusted. He said he liked the thrill of instantly killing a Lamborghini by stepping on the accelerator." Ning Qiansheng threw the car key and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Get in the car. I'll take your car." Li Tianlan opened his mouth. As soon as he took a step forward, his palm was directly held by a tender and warm little hand. He turned his head slightly. Wang Yuetong stood beside him without saying a word. She held his hand with one hand and lowered her head without saying a word. But the meaning she wanted to express was very obvious. That was no way. Li Tianlan struggled a little, but Wang Yuetong's little hand became tighter and tighter. She wouldn't let go. Li Tianlan smiled bitterly and helplessly looked at the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai in front of him, who lowered her head and held his hand without saying a word or letting him go. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, at this moment, he was really a little bit mo by Wang Yuetong's posture. In this situation, if he insisted on pulling his hand out, it would really be a little pretentious and mean. He subconsciously shook his head and whispered, "Let's go. I'll take your car." Wang Yuetong said and did not let go of his hand. She dragged him to her blue sports car. Li Tianlan let Wang Yuetong pull him away, but his heart became more and more helpless. He thought of what Wang Yuetong had told him in the afternoon. Wang Tianzong, the dignified #1 expert in Zhongzhou State and the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State who controlled the human emperor, actually wanted to see him. He really didn't want to have anything to do with the Wang family of Beihai. But now he suddenly felt that he was more and more involved with Wang Yuetong. The 3 cars, led by Han Sinyan's red sports car, drove out of the campus and went straight to Hengshan Road under the envious and jealous eyes of many students of Huaxia University. "Do you want to listen to music?" Inside the car, Wang Yuetong asked in a very natural tone. "No need." Li Tianlan shook his head. Since they were already in the car, if he pretended to be cold and kept silent, he would look down on himself, not to mention that he was deliberately looking for embarrassment. Perhaps it was always so easy for a woman to break through a man's defense. On such an occasion, he really could not do something like ignoring Wang Yuetong. Wang Yuetong drove the car and nodded. She took out a pack of cigarettes from the storage box in the car and handed it to Li Tianlan. She said softly, "Have a try. I have a pack in the trunk. I guess you won't want it, will you?" Li Tianlan glanced at the lavender wooden box and the word "hero" engraved on it. Sure enough, they were exactly the same as the cigarettes Qin Weibai gave him. He hesitated for a moment and took it, but he put it aside and said softly, "I don't want to smoke for now." Wang Yuetong replied with a and looked at the road ahead with a calm expression. Li Tianlan didn't speak anymore. He forced himself to be clear-headed and began to think about Wang Yuetong's words. Wang Tianzong, should he see him or not? If he didn't see him, how could he push him? If he saw him, what would be the result? What was the demeanor of the #1 expert in Zhongzhou State? It would be a pity if he couldn't see it with his own eyes, wouldn't it? Li Tianlan was lost in thought when Wang Yuetong's soft voice suddenly sounded. "Senior brother?" Li Tianlan responded subconsciously. "When will you pay me back what you owe me?" Wang Yuetong was still soft, as if she was having a casual chat. "Will it be over? I don't owe you anything. At least I think so." Li Tianlan said helplessly, "Why don't you owe me? Just because you saved me yesterday? I don't want you to save me. Do you think I'll be happy if you save me and treat me like this? Bastard. I cried all day yesterday. Why don't you owe me anything? My life is worthless. If you want it, just take it. You owe me. Wang Yuetong snorted coldly and raised her chin proudly. Li Tianlan really had no way to deal with the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai, who was so arrogant, cute, and shameless. He could steal his heart and turn a blind eye to her anger and grievances. But there was really no way to deal with shameless things. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He took a deep breath. In the faint smoke, he said with a bitter smile, "You're pestering me endlessly." "Yes, I am. What can you do? Do you hate me?" Li Tianlan twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything and just took a big puff. "I'll snatch it sooner or later." Wang Yuetong suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. "Snatch what?" Li Tianlan's body trembled. "It's none of your business," Wang Yuetong said fiercely and arrogantly. Li Tianlan was so annoyed. He smoked and made up his mind not to talk anymore. The distance from Huading University to Hungshan Road was neither too far nor too short. With the current traffic situation in the city, the three cars finally approached the destination about an hour later. Victory Bar, which translated meant Victory Bar. The layout of the bar was 2 floors above ground and 1 below ground. It was not big, but it looked avant-garde and trendy. 6 tall girls in red cheongsams with high slits stood in front of the door to welcome the guests. The cheongsams were low-cut. Every time a guest entered the bar, they would slightly bow and say welcome. Their breasts would be half hidden, but it was more attractive. There was still a large space in the parking lot in front of the bar. As soon as Wang Yuedong parked the car, Li Tianlan got out of the car and hurried to the Audi RS7 driven by Li Beitian. During the 1-hour journey, he really couldn't bear Wang Yuedong's meaningful murmurs. The siren of the Wang family of Beihai was indeed worthy of her reputation. Li Tianlan thought he was strong-willed and indestructible. But after an hour, he still sweated several times. When his feet touched the ground, he subconsciously breathed a long sigh of relief. In the car, Wang Yuedong looked at Li Tianlan's back as if she had found his weakness. Her beautiful mouth quietly curled up into an enchanting and proud smile. When Li Tianlan walked to the side of the Audi, Li Beitian had already got out of the car. Standing in front of the door, he looked at the empty parking lot and frowned slightly. Zhang Holong, who also walked over, looked at Li Beitian's expression and seemed to know what he was thinking. He whispered with a smile, "Brother Beitian, this is one of the best bars in Huading, but it's not the right time. In half an hour at most, the parking lot here will be full. It's hard to find an empty space to park nearby. The pace here is more relaxed and more suitable for relaxation. When we have enough fun here, we'll go to Mason's. It's not far from here. In your words, Brother Beitian, as long as you're willing to wave your hand on Hungshan Road, there's no girl that can't be harvested. I come here often and it's my territory. Since I brought you here, I'll never let you down." Li Beitian laughed and said, "Then why are you still talking nonsense? Let's go and get more girls. Pink and tender ones. Tonight, I'll give them to your brother Tianlan." "Li Beitian, go on if you want to die." Wang Yuedong, who was following Li Tianlan, narrowed her beautiful eyes and flashed with killing intent. Li Beitian paused and said with a straight face, "I'm wrong. I meant for your brother Qiansheng to have a taste." A group of people walked into the bar laughing. Intentionally or unintentionally, Li Beitian and Ning Qiansheng paused and fell behind Li Tianlan. Zhang Holong, who didn't communicate much with Li Tianlan in the afternoon, was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Han Xinyan and also stopped. Only Wang Yuedong looked at Li Tianlan with a clear conscience. She put her small hand in Li Tianlan's and walked beside him. Zhang Holong's pupils dilated slightly, and he subconsciously glanced at Ning Qiansheng. But he saw his cousin stare at him without batting an eyelid, and then followed them in. Passing through a corridor carved with various gorgeous paintings, they walked directly into the hall. The hall was large, but the dance floor and stage were exquisite. When it was full of people, the ambiguous atmosphere on the dance floor could only be experienced by the people involved. Li Tianlan was a country bumpkin so he naturally couldn't see the style of the equipment in the bar. He only felt that the sound system was very textured, making people feel as if they were there, and listening to it was very comfortable. Zhang Holong was completely like a fish in water on such an occasion. He pointed to a direction with a smile and said, "Tianlan, you go and sit down first. Table number 1 is specially reserved for me. I'll find some girls to warm up the place." "What kind of girls do you like?" Wang Yuedong glanced at Li Tianlan with her big eyes. Li Tianlan wisely kept silent and pretended not to hear her. "Of course, the more the better. Hurry up, go, and come back soon." Ning Qianqing looked at his cousin's success and scolded him with a smile. Zhang Holong patted his chest, turned around, and disappeared. "Let's go." Li Tianlan took Wang Yuedong's hand, or rather, he was taken by Wang Yuetong. They walked directly to table number 1. At the same time, table number 1, which was originally reserved for eldest young Master Zhang, also saw Li Tianlan and the others. It's really a small world for enemies. At table number 1, a petite and extremely beautiful woman sat in the center. She looked at Li Tianlan, who was walking toward her. She gently raised her red lips and said in a cold tone, this was a woman with a figure that was hot enough to make any man's imagination run wild. Although she was not tall, she looked extremely well-proportioned and very tasteful. Her beauty was ice-cold, but her temperament was extremely wild and unbridled. She was like a wild horse that was not easy to tame. However, it was precisely because of the difficulty of conquering her that most people wanted to try the feeling of riding on this wild horse. I was just about to look for them, and they came to me. How about we do it tonight? Beside the petite and extremely beautiful woman, a young man who was like a giant opened his mouth. He looked fierce, and his voice was deep, with a very shocking evil spirit and murderous intent. The petite woman slightly narrowed her eyes. Before she could speak, a gentle and smiling voice suddenly sounded. Yulan, what do you mean by small world for enemies? Have you met an enemy? A tall young man walked over from the bathroom and said with a smile. He looked at the petite woman with undisguised passion and desire in his eyes. The young man was about 30 years old. He was wearing a white Armani suit that was very flashy, and the watch on his wrist was also shining brightly. His appearance was not outstanding, but when paired with his casual smile, his attractiveness suddenly skyrocketed, especially his attire. Armani was not a big deal, but the famous watch on his wrist, as long as one knew it, was enough to buy a Ferrari or a Lamborghini in Zhongzhou State. As long as he knew the value of the watch, it was clear. The petite woman and the young man looked at each other, and a trace of extremely obscure contempt flashed in their calm and cold eyes. She slightly raised her chin and looked at Li Tianlan, who was getting closer and closer. She lightly said, Young Master Zhong, you must know them. The young man slightly raised his eyebrows and turned his head subconsciously. He immediately saw Li Tianlan and the others. He slightly frowned. He did not know Li Tianlan. He was a complete stranger. But when he saw the girl in the young man's hand, young Master Zhong's pupils suddenly contracted violently. Wang Yuedong. It turned out to be Wang Yuedong, the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai. Young Master Zhong took a deep breath and set his eyes on Li Tianlan again. Who on earth is this guy who is holding the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai in broad daylight? He looked behind him. Ning Qianqing and Han Xinyan. Young Master Zhong was no stranger to them at all, but the eyesore bamboo pole was really an eyesore. Not only did it make him completely unfamiliar, but it also made him laugh in such a mean way. Damn it! Young Master Zhong subconsciously gritted his teeth and smiled, but his eyes became gloomy. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. He muttered to himself, nodded to his companions at the table, and said flatly, I met some acquaintances. I'm going to say hello. The petite woman nodded. Looking at young Master Zhong's back, she slightly raised the corner of her mouth. It feels good to use this idiot as a knife. It was just that he didn't know if he could kill people with it. Chapter 54. People who were born with keen intuition were very sensitive to the hostility around them, and a keen intuition was one of the important factors to become an expert. Except for Zhang Holong and Han Xinyan, Li Tianlan's group of 6 were all rising talents in martial arts. Therefore, when young Master Zhong's gloomy and vicious eyes swept over them, Li Tianlan and the others looked up almost at the same time and met young Master Zhong's eyes. They were about 10 meters away from each other. The light in the bar was a little dim, so Li Tianlan couldn't see young Master Zhong's expression clearly. But young Master Zhong's eyes were fixed on him with undisguised coldness and hatred. To be exact, young Master Zhong's eyes should be on Wang Yuetong. Wang Yuetong? Li Tianlan's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Wang Yuetong beside him and asked slowly, "Who is that?" Wang Yuetong apparently also noticed young Master Zhong walking toward her. She frowned slightly and subconsciously held Li Tianlan's hand tightly. She said with disgust, "Just a playboy. His family is full of villains. So annoying." "Haha, little princess, what a coincidence." Young Master Zhong walked over with a smile on his face, but his small eyes were cold and ruthless, as if there were knives hidden in them. "I've long heard that little princess has come to Huading. I've been looking for a chance to entertain you and do my best as a host. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance. I didn't expect to meet you here today. It's fate. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and kept his composure. Anyone who wasn't a fool could basically tell how sarcastic his words were, especially when he said friendship as a host. Young Master Zhong emphasized each word as if he was mocking something. "Zhong!" Li Tianlan's eyebrows moved. No matter how little he knew about the situation in Zhongzhou State, he still knew that the top leader of Huading was surnamed Zhong. If the young man in front of him really had that kind of relationship, then it was reasonable for him to say friendship as a host. "You're welcome, young Master Zhong." Wang Yuetong was still holding Li Tianlan's hand. When she looked calm without acting cute or smiling, she looked reserved and proud, so proud that she seemed to look down on everyone. Yuetong was treated well yesterday and almost lost her life. The Wang family of Beihai is a small family, and we haven't found out who the other party is. Young Master Zhong, as the host, I wonder if you can provide us with some clues? If the investigation leads to the Zhong family, it won't be good if there is a misunderstanding. You almost lost your life? Young Master Zhong was a little surprised. Then he laughed heartily and said, "Isn't it just a little bit more? That was a pity. Regarding this matter, our family can't provide any clues. If we didn't do it, what can we provide? Stingy, too stingy. If it were us, we wouldn't be any worse. We would definitely satisfy you, Yuetong." His smile was bright, but his eyes involuntarily moved up and down Wang Yuetong's body. It was not a look of passion or amazement, but a kind of extremely cruel and even sadistic insidiousness. Wang Yuetong smiled and said in a soft voice, "That's a little interesting. Young Master Zhong, there are all kinds of people in the Wang family of Beihai, but none of them are afraid of trouble. I really want to see what kind of tricks you have in your hospitality. No matter whether I'm satisfied or not, the Wang family of Beihai will definitely satisfy the Zhong family and your whole family afterward. I'm afraid it won't be our turn." Young Master Zhong stood in the middle of the road and had no intention of giving way. He narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Li Tianlan. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "I'm afraid this brother can satisfy Yuetong, right?" He took the initiative to reach out to Li Tianlan and said, "Brother, you look unfamiliar. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhong Xiaofeng, a loafer in the Municipal Supervision Department. I'm usually an idler. I'm Li Tianlan." Li Tianlan gave him face and reached out to shake hands with him. His tone was indifferent, neither hostile nor warm. "A freshman of the Sky Academy." Oh. Zhong Xiaofeng uttered a few "ohs" and exclaimed, "If you can enter the Sky Academy, you must be an elite of Zhongzhou State. Amazing. But I'm more envious of your luck with women, brother. You must be very happy to have such a beautiful girlfriend like Yuetong, right? This figure, this temperament, this appearance, tut-tut. It makes me drool. Haha, I don't know if I have a chance to taste it in this life." Unscrupulous. In Huading, only the Zhong family, standing at the commanding heights of Huading, dared to speak rudely to the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai. Wang Yuedong's little face was slightly flushed, and her eyes were cold. She held Li Tianlan's hand tighter and tighter, but she didn't do anything. If it was in normal times, Wang Yuedong would not hesitate to teach Zhong Xiaofeng a hard lesson just because of his words. Of course, she couldn't kill him, but as long as he was alive, she could do whatever she wanted. Even if the sky collapsed, the Wang family of Beihai would hold it up for her. But now it was different. In Huading, the treatment of the Zhong family was even more different. A few months ago, her second uncle Wang Xiaoyao directly beat a core figure of the Zhong family into a vegetative state because of jealousy. During these months, the Zhong family of Huading seemed to be peaceful, but the towering figure of the Zhong family had always been active in the dark. He had a very high position in the prince group, and the whole prince group was ready to make trouble. In dealing with the Zhong family, the Wang family of Beihai was now under pressure. There were still a lot of things about her second uncle that had not been cleaned up. At this time, in the face of the Zhong family's provocation, she had to bear it no matter what. Her second uncle beat an important figure of the Zhong family into a vegetative state not long ago. Now, if she crippled Zhong Xiaofeng, then the Wang family of Beihai and even the whole Southeast group would probably incur public anger. At that time, all the major groups would probably think that the Wang family of Beihai wanted to take back Huading by simple and rough means. Once public anger was aroused, no matter how strong the Wang family of Beihai was, it would have to compromise in the face of pressure. Zhong Xiaofeng must have known what the current situation was, so he provoked her unscrupulously. He was completely sure that she didn't dare to do anything to him. Wang Yuedong took a deep breath. Her plump chest rose and fell with her breath. Seeing this scene, Zhong Xiaofeng whistled exaggeratedly and praised sincerely. What a beautiful scene. Brother, your girl is really good. Name your price. How much can I have a taste? I've been longing for the taste of a little princess for a long time. This time, not only Wang Yuetong, but also Han Xinyan, a woman, showed a look of anger and disgust. The Han family was originally a neutral, wealthy family, but Zhong Xiaofeng's provocation was too much. Even she couldn't stand it anymore. Li Beitian and Ning Qianshang stood behind Li Tianlan, one on the left and the other on the right, waiting for him to make a statement with no expression on their faces. Do you want to have a taste? Li Tianlan was still holding Zhong Xiaofeng's hand and asked with a gentle smile. What? You don't want to? Zhong Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly became sharp and even a little ferocious. Li Tianlan seemed to be in a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, he continued with a smile. It's Yuetong who doesn't want to, so I'm afraid you can't have a taste. The contempt in Zhong Xiaofeng's eyes flashed away, and then he laughed and said, So you have no objection? It's good that you have no objection. Even if Yuetong is not willing now, I can solve my doubts from you, brother. It's said that the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Tut tut, brother, tell me, how does the little princess behave in bed? Is she coquettish? Is she tight? I'm not interested if she's too loose. By now, Li Tianlan could almost clearly smell the conspiracy behind this provocation. He didn't know what it meant, but the undercurrent of the situation in Zhongzhou State was surging more and more clearly in front of him. Gu Yinxia's speech at the start of term ceremony, Zhuang Huayang's invitation, Wang Yuedong's attack, Zhong Xiaofeng's initiative and even deliberate provocation, and Wang Yuedong's current forbearance. Everything seemed to be independent, but there seemed to be some subtle implications. It seemed that many invisible hands, intentionally or unintentionally, were reaching into Huading. The storm was gathering. Huading had gradually become the center of the vortex. There were already so many clues around him, so how much more shocking would there be in the places that he couldn't see? Li Tianlan didn't know what would happen in the future, but at least he was sure that in the face of Zhong Xiaofeng's provocation, he didn't have to stand up for Wang Yuetong. In the current situation, he didn't need to show off. The Wang family of Beihai would take care of it. Therefore, in the face of Zhong Xiaofeng's extremely insulting question, he just shook his head, as if he really didn't have any temper. He laughed and said, I don't know. Wang Yuetong's eyes dimmed slightly. Behind him, Han Xinyan's eyes also flashed a trace of disappointment. Brother, it seems that you want to leave me a sense of mystery. I know what you're thinking. After I have a taste of Yuedong, we can have a good talk. I'll unlock many new positions for you, by the way. You're so sensible. I think you'll say thank you to me, right? Zhong Xiaofeng laughed. Not only did his words become more and more outrageous, but he even stretched out his hand and gently patted Li Tianlan's face. Li Tianlan looked calm, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhong Xiaofeng looked at Li Tianlan and didn't speak. He suddenly lost interest in such a cowardly Li Tianlan and didn't want to tease these freshmen of the Sky Academy too much. His goal had always been firmly locked on the Wang family of Beihai. How unattainable was the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai? But now, because of a cousin, the entire Wang family of Beihai had to endure inhuiting. Before the storm ended, who knew if this kind of tolerance would be temporary or permanent? Zhong Xiaofeng was fearless. No matter now or in the future, with his identity, as long as the prince group didn't lose power, the Wang family of Beihai couldn't do anything to him. Even if he couldn't taste Wang Yuetong tonight, he could enjoy talking in front of the goddess. It was also good. Yuetong, how about a drink with your brother Zhong alone? The wine here is ordinary. If you think it's not drinkable, I have something good here. It's been stored for several days. It's definitely strong and tasty enough. Do you want to try it? Zhong Xiaofeng looked at Wang Yuetong and laughed softly. Get out of the way. Wang Yuetong looked calm. Zhong Xiaofeng, I'll give you another chance. Get out of the way now, or I can guarantee that you'll soon end up like Zhong Yue. Zhong Yue. Zhong Xiaofeng's cousin was also the young master who was beaten into a vegetative state by Wang Xiaoyao a few months ago. For a few months, Zhong Yue had been in a coma, with only one breath left, and he didn't even have consciousness. Zhong Xiaofeng whistled again, but his body didn't move at all. He laughed wildly and said, Amazing, Yuedong is really domineering. You scared me to death. Who do you want to stand up for you? Just by relying on this pretty boy next to you? Or do you want to call your second uncle here? Go and call your second uncle here. Let him have a try to hurt me. Let's see if he dares to do so. You disable my cousin for a bitch. Do you really think Zhongzhou State belongs to the Wang family of Beihai? Bullshit. He's pursuing Qin Weibai, isn't he? Go back and tell Wang Xiaoyao that Qin Weibai will be a plaything of the Zhong family sooner or later. When I'm tired of her, I'll let other people in the family have a taste. What did you say? Li Tianlan suddenly interrupted Zhong Xiaofeng's wild laughter and asked calmly. Zhong Xiaofeng glanced at Li Tianlan and said with a grim smile, I said, smack. Li Tianlan suddenly reached out and slapped Zhong Yue hard in the face. Almost all the people in the area near the bar could hear the crisp sound. This slap did not only hit his face, but also hit his bones. Zhong Xiaofeng, who was more than 8 meters tall, was sent flying like a paper man by Li Tianlan's slap. He weighed more than 170 kilograms, so his feet were lifted off the ground. But before he could fly far, Li Tianlan reached out again and pulled his hair. When he subconsciously arched his body, Li Tianlan hit his abdomen with his knee. Puff! Teeth and blood spurted directly from Zhong Xiaofeng's mouth. His mouth was completely deformed. He whimpered and wanted to raise his head. There was a little confusion in his eyes, but there was no hesitation in Li Tianlan's actions. They were coherent, dense, precise, and ruthless. A series of actions revealed incomparable decisiveness and violence. Zhong Xiaofeng tried hard to raise his body, but he was pressed down. Li Tianlan hit him hard in the back with his elbow. Senior brother, don't. Wang Yuetong's slightly deformed voice sounded. With a series of particularly crisp sounds of bones breaking, Zhong Xiaofeng's entire spine was almost completely smashed by this elbow. Without the support of his body, he suddenly fell to the ground like a puddle of mud and completely passed out. Everything happened so fast that the people at table number 1 did not react until Li Tianlan completely destroyed Zhong Xiaofeng's spine. Fuck! A dull roar suddenly came from table number 1. And a gigantic, burly figure rushed toward Li Tianlan in an instant. The air in the bar suddenly became hot. But before the fire completely rose, Li Tianlan, who grabbed Zhong Xiaofeng with one hand and his fingers almost dug into Zhong Xiaofeng's flesh, moved forward instead of retreating. He directly punched the burly man who rushed toward him, one punch against another. There seemed to be wind and thunder roaring in the air. All the joints in Li Tianlan's body were vibrating at the same time. In an instant, all the strength was condensed in his fist. Bang! In the dull sound, the whole bar seemed to be shaking. The delicate floor tiles under Li Tianlan's feet were completely smashed in an instant. His feet sank into the ground, while the burly figure rushing toward him flew back at a faster speed. He brushed past table number 1 and knocked over a large number of tables and chairs. Zhong Xiaofeng's 2 bodyguards followed closely and rushed toward Li Tianlan for both sides. Li Tianlan's expression was as still as dead water from beginning to end. Human Emperor did not come out. Inside the bar, he directly picked up Zhong Xiaofeng's body and shook it hard. Crack, crack. In an instant, not only his spine, but also the bones of Zhong Xiaofeng's arms, legs, and even fingers were completely smashed. Under the sharp pain, Zhong Xiaofeng, who was originally in a coma, suddenly woke up, but he could not howl. With his mouth completely deformed, he could only let out a dying whimper. One bodyguard was swept by Zhong Xiaofeng, and his strong body was swept away. The other bodyguard was kicked in the abdomen by Li Tianlan before he could get close to Li Tianlan. His whole body flew toward the bar counter. The huge force carried his body and directly smashed the marble bar counter. Gravel rolled, wine cabinets collapsed, and all kinds of expensive or ordinary drinks fell down, filling the air with the aroma of wine. It was a mess. Whether it was Wang Yuedong and the others or the guests at table number 1, everyone was dumbfounded. Li Tianlan did not stop. He carried Zhong Xiaofeng's body and strode to table number 1. At table number 1, at the same time, the body of the petite woman at the head suddenly tightened. Li Tianlan picked up Zhong Xiaofeng's feet, swung his whole body up, and smashed him hard on the marble table. Zhong Xiaofeng's head hit the table hard. Table number 1 was completely broken. Wine and fruit plates flew everywhere. Zhong Xiaofeng, who was almost covered in blood, lay in a pile of stones, twitching instinctively. Li Tianlan's expression remained unchanged. He squatted down beside Zhong Xiaofeng and looked at the slightly twitching Zhong Xiaofeng, whose eyes were dim and frightened. He said lightly, "Now you don't need to say anything. I forgot to tell you that the Qin Weibai you mentioned is my woman. Who do you think you are? Who do you think Wang Xiaoyao is? Do you think you are qualified to hit on my woman? You asked for everything that happened today. You deserve it." He slowly stood up and slowly crushed Zhong Xiaofeng's toes one by one, and then the soles of his feet. In the clear sound of bones breaking, he straightened up and looked at the petite woman who was still sitting in the same place with some wine spilled on her. At this moment, Li Tianlan's heart was unprecedentedly calm, but his behavior was also unprecedentedly domineering and fierce. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.